Welcome to the Chevy MLB pregame show on Fox. Chevy and baseball, the love affair continues, and so does the journey to a championship. Joe Buck is with a few hopefuls tonight in Boston.
No doubt about it, Jeannie. A look at Yawkey Way outside Fenway Park. And now inside as we get ready for Game 2 of this ALCS. Curt Schilling getting ready for his start tonight. Fausto Carmona trying to slow down that red-hot combo of Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz. Grady Sizemore and the Indians getting ready to go. And like the Indians, Bruce Springsteen looking for a little rhythm.
History has taught us that dominance in one postseason game does not necessarily lead to dominance in the next. As the Indians look to rebound, you can't help but wonder, what could the Red Sox possibly do for an encore, and who will be the difference maker tonight? Maybe they found a way to stop Manny. Old friends rekindle rivalries. Kenny Lofton, Manny Ramirez. And these are the faces and the bats to watch. Mike Lowell, red hot. This is Game 2 of the American League Championship Series on Fox. Welcome inside the Fox Network Center. I am Jeannie Zelasco, joined as always by Kevin Kennedy, and look who's back, Eric Karros.
Postseason, I'm excited.
You're here
Ready
for
to go.
postseason baseball. We're glad to have you. And you might say, guys, the challenge is out, or really David Ortiz was just giving us a dose of reality. When Game 1 was in the books, the Red Sox slugger was asked, could the Red Sox be playing any better this October? His reply, come on, better than that? No kidding. Have you seen the 1-2 punch?
Well, Manny has a plan. Manny Ramirez, every time he goes to the plate, the first inning, he's taking pitches that are on the outside part of the plate. He's saying, I'm not swinging at the outside pitch. And then what does CC Sabathia do? Throws one over the middle of the plate. Manny deposits in the outfield. 1-1 ball game, advantage Manny.
Best 3-4 combination in baseball since David Ortiz came to Boston. They're doing even more in the postseason. In 36 plate appearances, these two guys have been on base 29 times. And I think when you go into a postseason, you have a pregame meeting and you say, we're not going to let Ortiz and Ramirez beat us, I think it's a real negative. I think it's strike one, strike two. You attack those guys. You don't pitch around them and then decide 3-1. Well, I better throw a strike here and let Manny beat you or Ortiz beat you. So far, I think the game plan has been very wrong in this postseason.
Well, and you make sure the guys around you don't get on, too.
Yeah,
I mean, then you have to pitch to them.
The beneficiary of all this offense, one Joshua Patrick Beckett, the legend, guys. It's just growing.
Well, most impressive for me about last night's performance is he gives up a home run in the first inning. Does he get rattled? Does he get off kilter? No, strikes out 3. He's been dominant this postseason. 2-0, 15 strikeouts, no walks. And remember, he was dominant in 0-3 with the Marlins.
Common, cool, Beckett, Sabathia, and his 2 postseason starts definitely have been nervous. It got going here in the 3rd inning. Lugo doubles down the right field line. Pedroia gets him to 3rd. He walks Euclid. He hits Ortiz. That's what I'm saying. He walks Manny Ramirez. Attack, attack, attack. That's the go-ahead run there. Made it 2-1. Lowell, who drove in 120 runs this year with a 2-run double down the right field line. The game pretty much was over right there. But the biggest difference I'm talking about, Sabathia is walking guys. He's walked 11 in 9 1/3 innings in the postseason. That's not him. Only 37 walks in 241 innings during the regular season for Sabathia. So tonight, I mean, the game plan has to be attack, strike one, strike two.
Well, you guys don't like the pitch selection, so how much of this blame should go on your catcher?
Well, the catcher is responsible in some part. And Victor Martinez, you know, when the pitcher isn't getting the ball over the plate, go out to the mound, slow CC down. And also, in that second at-bat with Manny Ramirez, 0-2 and then 4 straight breaking balls. You can't do that. That's why Varitek's so valuable.
Those two guys are too comfortable right now, too. Change the eyesight a little bit. I'm not saying hit Ortiz again, but change the eyesight once in a while. Once you get ahead of the count, though.
All right, there are 2 things you need to know about the NLCS. The Diamondbacks are not in a good position, considering no team has ever come back to win a series after dropping the first 2 at home. The other item, Mr. Peros?
Well, Willie Taveras missed the last month of the season with a quad injury, a late addition right before the League Championship Series. What does he do? He has speed. Gets on base, steals second in scoring position of a 1-1 ball game. Matsui drives him in. Rockies go on to win. And what defense he can play out in center field. Running down a ball hit by Tony Clark. Sure to score Eric Burns. And then in extra innings with the bases loaded, comes up with the big walk. 4 pitches. Rockies go on to win that ball game. Taveras has been huge. And he moved Tulowitzki down to the bottom of the lineup.
Definitely is my rookie of the year. This guy can flat out play, Genie. He can play shortstop, the best fielding percentage in Major League Baseball at short. He's got a tremendous arm, great range. But you're right, he was hitting in the 2 spot when Taveras was out. He's a run producer, though. And now he's in the 7th spot with 24 home runs, 99 RBIs. The country's going to find out about these guys very shortly.
Yeah, the NLCS shifts to the Mile High City. They're learning about him for Game 3. But in your immediate future, a Game 2 showdown at Fenway between underdog and Cinderella. But you'll never guess who Curt Schilling has cast in those roles.
Welcome back to the Chevy pregame show on Fox. Chevy and baseball, the love affair continues.
Ah, yes, much like the affection the Red Sox nation has for its Dominican dynamic duo, the Big Papi and Manny are dominating. As for Curt Schilling, well, some are calling it a form of self-motivation, or maybe it's the personal reality check the 2007 season handed him. But he sees himself as Cinderella coming into tonight's showdown, sans the gown. According to Schilling, he is going into this one as the underdog. He'd rather be facing anyone else but Carmona.
Well, he's trying to soften Carmona up. And why? Because everything Carmona does is hard. A hard sinker, a nasty slider, very much like Kevin Brown of the 90s. Carmona has been dominant. He was great against the Yankees, only 2 walks, 9 innings pitched. And you see that, 215 innings, a 3.06 ERA. And what you have to like about Carmona, had more ground ball outs than any pitcher in the American League this year. The defense for the Indians has to be ready.
Yeah, you got a 23-year-old Carmona, and then you got the wise psychology veteran and Curt Schilling, 40-year-old. Best winning percentage in Major League Baseball postseason history in his 16 starts. You know, he did it 0-1 with the D-backs. He even told us, hey, we win Game 6. I'm making a Joe Namath call. We're going to win Game 7, and I'm starting that game. Hey, he did it. They backed it up. In 2004, the LCS against the Yankees, a bloody sock and all. They sewed his ankle together. They operated on him.
And
he went out 2-0 up there. Already an 0-7 deal. So that's not the same Curt Schilling. I mean, we don't even know if he's going to start in this series. Maybe he'll be 3rd or 4th start. No, he went up and put 7 zeros against Anaheim last Sunday. And here's the numbers we're talking about. First in the Major League rank as far as winning percentage, 9-2 overall in his 16 postseason starts, 193 earned run average. It's all there. But I think the biggest key about Curt Schilling, yes, he's a lot of psychology, and he's not facing Fausto Carmona. He's facing the Indians lineup, and he's putting the issue on Fausto Carmona that he's the underdog. Good psychology right there, but nobody's better prepared than Curt Schilling. He's right up there at the top.
All right, real quick, knowing it's just 1 game in the books, what does Cleveland have to do to get back in this series?
Fausto Carmona has to attack the hitters, not walk anybody. In the 4 postseason games so far this year for Boston, 24 free passes. Can't walk anybody, throw strikes.
Yeah, he's got to put up zeros, because if you put up zeros early and if Cleveland's allowed to get on the board early, I think it takes the Fenway crowd a little bit out of it, like the Yankees. I mean, when Sizemore hit that home run in Yankee Stadium, I mean, it took the crowd out of it a little bit because there was worries there. I think Cleveland has to get on the board first, and I think at the top of the order, Sizemore is a key guy.
All right, time to play ball at Fenway. Not even close to a must-win, but falling behind 2-0 would not be a good thing for Cleveland. But Carmona is a good sight, and the Red Sox faithful love to see Schilling work his postseason magic. We wish some of the same good magic to our co-worker, Jack Simmons, a little under the weather tonight. Get better. Joe Buck, Tim McCarver will be right back.
Outside Fenway Park on Yawkey Way. It is another brisk night here in Boston. A look at the scoreboard, and from outside and up above Fenway Park, Game 2 of the American League Championship Series right now with Boston up 1-0. What's the weather like? Temperature-wise, it is exactly the same as last night, although it just feels colder at the start of the night. And boy, did it end cold last night, Game 1. I'm Joe Buck. That's Tim McCarver. And if you're the Cleveland Indians, here you are down 1-0. You're turning to 23-year-old Fausto Carmona, who against the Yankees in the division series was virtually unhittable. They need that same type performance tonight.
Yeah, Joe, he's been the talk of the American League this year. Now, there are American League pitchers that throw as hard as Fausto Carmona. There are American League pitchers that throw as low and have movement like Carmona. But nobody has the combination of the hard, heavy sinker that Fausto throws.
Stick with the word combination, and that combo 3-4 in the lineup for the Boston Red Sox of David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. They were on base all 10 times last night.
They were everywhere, all over the bases. And I've got to tell you, as a catcher, I spent 21 years in the major leagues trying to figure out how to get hitters out, try to exploit their weaknesses. And I've got to tell you, with these guys as locked in as they are right now, I have no clue, and I'm not alone.
Yeah, you're not alone. Tonight, it is a matchup of Carmona against the big game right-hander Curt Schilling for the Boston Red Sox. Career 9-2 in the postseason with an ERA under 2. We'll come back, give you the lineups on the other side of the break. Red Sox Indians tonight for you on Fox.
Tick, 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 tick.
The ALCS on Fox, sponsored by Bridgestone. Passion for excellence. By Gillette Fusion Power, the best shave ever. By Travelers Insurance, InSync. And by DirecTV. For the most sports in HD, you've got to get DirecTV. Our little treats continue as the starting lineup for the Indians tonight, brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Here is 40-year-old left-hander and still speed burner Kenny Lofton.
Kenny Lofton with the Cleveland Indians starting lineup. First, RoboCop, Grady Sizemore, center field. Second, Baby Omar, Asdrubal Cabrera, second base. Third, the prompt, Travis Hafner, DH. Fourth, Victor Martinez, Mr. Everything, catcher. Fifth, the man who loves Brady Quinn, Ryan Garko, first base. Sixth, Johnny Peralta, the man, playing shortstop. Seventh, myself, keep it simple, Kenny Lofton playing left field. Eighth, Franklin, the pretty boy Gutierrez, playing right field. And ninth, the man who think he has the best beard in baseball, Casey Blake. And then the pitcher, Fausto, I call him the silent assassin, Carmona, pitcher.
Nata baby Kenny, good work, and that lineup will try and figure out Curt Schilling, who, Tim, is a much different pitcher than we have seen him in years past in the postseason.
He doesn't throw as hard as he did on the disabled list for 6 weeks from June to the early part of August, and is not as hard a thrower, but pinpoint control. And the one thing you have to do if you're going to beat him, you have to hit to beat him, because he will not walk hitters. 28 walks on the year, over 100 strikeouts, almost 5-to-1 strikeouts to bases on balls.
One of the better postseason performers to come along in a while, and right now it's time for the Budweiser opening pitch. Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment, open up a world of taste. Proud of that first pitch. We'll give you the MasterCard keys to the game. And something that Eric Wedge Tim wanted to do last night. They got that early run on the home run by Travis Hafner. And again, trying to take charge early for Carmona.
Now, hard to believe that the Cleveland Indians actually had a 1-0 lead last night, but ended up losing 10-3. They have to take charge early, and the Red Sox 4-0 in the playoffs. Are they stoppable? It's going to take a very good team effort to do it.
Schilling has thrown his last warm-up toss, and down to second it went around the horn. And here's a Tim McCarver scouting report on Curt Schilling.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. I mean, you really have to hit your way on, because this guy's not going to help you out by walking you. And his splitter, the one he used most effectively against the Los Angeles Angels, most of the time it's out of the strike zone. He'll throw it on any count. Very, very confident in it.
Yeah, and for Schilling these days, he's a guy that certainly can't live in the middle of the plate and blow it by hitters anymore, and he has to prove that he can get the other pitches over to make that fastball look a little harder than maybe it really is. He will top out at 90-91 according to Terry Francona, but with the juices flowing tonight, we will wait and see. Strike one. And that is typical of Curt Schilling. He and Greg Maddux and Paul Byrd of the Indians, the top three in Major League Baseball this year with first pitch strikes. Second pitch strike, 92-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-2. As Asdrubal Cabrera on deck, then Travis Hafner. Sizemore last night 0 for 5. Splitter in the dirt, ball one.
Grady Sizemore with 3 strikeouts in his 5 at-bats last night, trying to lay off that split finger fastball.
Saw that note that this is his first postseason start since Game 2 of the 2004 World Series, when with that bad tendon in his right ankle he threw 6 shutout innings against the Cardinals. And Schilling and Varitek trying to get together on the sign. The way the numbers pile up, you are looking at a guy who very likely will end up in Cooperstown, baseball's Hall of Fame, even though he will not get to that 300-win plateau. Under the arms, 4 ball 2, 2-2. Last night it was Josh Beckett for Boston and CC Sabathia for Cleveland. Sizemore is going to start it with a hit into left center field, and Grady will think to test Crisp and make it with a double. So Grady Sizemore gets his first ALCS hit, and it's a good start to the first inning for the Indians.
Running hard out of the box and was going to second base whether Manny Ramirez or Coco Crisp fielded the ball. That's a changeup from Curt Schilling, and Grady Sizemore right on it. Manny Ramirez doesn't field it. Coco Crisp does. Sizemore an easy double. He had 34 during the season. That's how you get extra base hits, running hard out of the box.
So now it's Cabrera, and just like Eric Wedge told us before the game, he would be willing to bunt early in the ball game to try and jump out on top of Curt Schilling. Cabrera at least showed it on the first pitch as he tries to get Sizemore over to third.
One thing about showing it early, you get the infielders moving around.
They back off it with Youkilis coming in from first and Lowell coming in from third, and Cabrera couldn't put it in play.
Yeah, especially with the left-handed batter up there. By showing bunt on the first pitch, you had Kevin Youkilis charging. He was about a third of the way toward home, and Cabrera fouled it off.
Youkilis not as aggressive this time. And now Cabrera tries to bunt, pops it up, 1 out.
He dropped the barrel of the bat. When you drop the barrel of the bat, the ball's going to go up. You try to keep the barrel of the bat above the ball. As Cabrera pops it up, and a big out for Curt Schilling. You can see the slope of the bat like that. Whenever it's level or tilted to where the right hand is below the left hand, that's the proper way to go about it. Barrel of the bat above the ball. Big out for Schilling.
Big out for the Red Sox, and now it's Hafner and/or Victor Martinez trying to take advantage of that leadoff double by Grady Sizemore. Last night, Hafner went deep in the first inning. For Travis, his second home run of this postseason. at the end of a year in which he hit only 24 during the regular season. He hit 41 home runs in 2004, 42 in 2005, 31 last year, and then only 24 this season. On the outside corner, strike one.
There it is, first pitch strike again, just like to Sizemore.
Schilling, who was the MVP of the '93 NLCS for the Phillies, co-MVP of the 2001 World Series with the Diamondbacks. Misses with ball one, and here is last night, 2 out, nobody on against Beckett. Home run Hafner, but then Beckett settled in. Did not allow another run until the 6th inning. He tightened up a little bit last night. That's why he only worked 6 innings, according to Terry Francona. And that was the end of his night, 80 pitches. And another postseason win. That's up and away. Ball 2, 2-1 on Hafner. So far, the opposition against the Red Sox this postseason, 3 for 30 with runners in scoring position.
Man.
That's well hit into left field. How far will it carry? Ramirez 1 step from the wall. Hauls in out number 2.
Hafner's home run last night was aided and abetted by the wind blowing out about 20 miles an hour to right field. The wind tonight is negligible, blowing out only 4 miles an hour to left field, so it's not going to help the offense that much right now. Look at Manny. Glove goes up, right hand back to check to see where the monster is. He knows it's back there, he just doesn't know how close it is.
A little after 4 o'clock this afternoon, Ramirez was actually taking fungos with a coach hitting him fly balls off the Green Monster as he plays here on October 13th. So still working at trying to figure it out. It's no easy trick, and any ball that's hit in the air like that to left by a big guy like Hafner, you think it's got a chance to bang off that wall. That one did not carry far enough. Cabrera couldn't get a bunt down. The fly ball is just an out and not a sac fly, and with 2 out, here's the 0-1 to Victor Martinez. Strike 2. Highest average during the regular season across baseball with 2 out and runners in scoring position. And this was a particular part of the game where the Indians really thrived against the Yankees in the division series. 15 of their 24 runs against the Yankees scored with 2 out. In the air to left field, Ramirez is back. He will watch it go off the Green Monster, and the Indians take the lead. Victor Martinez bangs one off the wall, and Cleveland out in front 1-0 here in the first.
Tremendous power the other way. And of course, left-handed hitters don't have to have tremendous power to reach the monster. It's not that far. But again, Martinez, who batted .400 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs this year, 4th in the American League, delivers here in the playoffs.
Last night, the Indians were 0 for 3 with 2 out and a runner in scoring position. Last night in game 1, they're 1 for 1 tonight as Ryan Garko takes a strike. The ball that Victor Martinez hit right there wasn't hit much better than the one that Hafner hit. It was just a little closer to the line where that Green Monster is a little tighter in, and it hit around the top of that manually operated scoreboard out there for the lead. This one, a one-hopper to Lowell. Indians strike first tonight as they did last night. A 2-out RBI by Victor Martinez.
Hi, James Taylor here to read you the Boston Red Sox starting lineup. Leading things off is the second baseman, Dustin Pedroia. Good candidate for Rookie of the Year, Dustin Pedroia. Second, first base player, Kevin Youkilis. Batting third is the designated hitter, Big Papi, David Ortiz. Batting fourth, the legendary left fielder, playing himself, Manny Ramirez. Batting fifth, third baseman Mike Lowell. Nice guy. Sixth is the right fielder J.D. Drew. Seventh, the catcher and team captain Jason Varitek. Up eighth, the serial and center fielder Coco Crisp. And finally, up ninth, shortstop Julio Lugo.
Thank you, JT. Red Sox lineup brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods, and James Taylor, he does even that with great rhythm and in such a cool way.
Nice guy. Nice
guy. Got a chance to meet him before the game. He has a new album, One Man Band, coming out. All of his hits and the stories behind him. His wife Kim is a diehard Red Sox fan. They're twins at the game today, and so he's taking it in with the rest of us. 97 miles per hour to Dustin Pedroia from Fausto Carmona. And the count 0-2. It's Pedroia, Youkilis, and David Ortiz. 1-0 on the RBI by Victor Martinez. Ball one. So we thank James Taylor for helping us out here tonight. One Man Band is his album, and Carmona was that in his start game 2 in the division series against the Yankees. He gave up a home run to Melky Cabrera, and that was about it. And Pedroia strikes out to start the night for the Red Sox. Good start for the 23-year-old Carmona. The ALCS on Fox is sponsored by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By WebMD, better information, better health. By MasterCard, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. And by Taco Bell, where a little flavor goes a long way. Think outside the bun. Beautiful, crisp October night here in Boston. And Kevin Youkilis stands in. 96 from Carmona. This guy is going to be fun to watch here tonight.
He is 6'4", 220, but the fact that he's 6'4" does not really give you the feeling when you first see him. It's the length of his arms, which means that he's got great extension toward the hitter. And that makes him doubly tough to pick up. The ball seems like it's on top of the hitters much quicker than it really is. Wearing number 55, the speed limit on his back, that's not his speed limit.
He's an upper 90s pitcher with great heavy sink. Great action. The 1-1 pitch. Youkilis right over the top of it, and that's the pitch that against right-handed batters is so devastating. They think they've got it. They take a hack, and they're right over the top of it. It's something that Terry Francona said, boy, I bet we better lay off the sinker ball of Carmona, make him get the ball up, or we are in trouble. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Carmona tried to make it last year as a closer, was a terrific setup man. The Indians traded Bob Wickman, and it did not go well, to say the least, for Fausto, including 2 blown saves here at Fenway Park last year. But after coming up as a starter in the minor leagues, pitching this last offseason in winter ball, the Cleveland Indians have found a 23-year-old stud as the number 2 starter in their rotation. There's numbers as a setup man. Eric Wedge really liked him in that role. Huge ERA as a closer, different story as a starter. Full count. Nobody on. 3-2 pitch. Youkilis is in the category of a fearless hitter.
He's also in the category of an 8th spot hitter right now. Similar with 2 out and the 8-hole hitter hitting. You want to make sure you get him out so the pitcher can lead off the next inning. Carmona wants to get him out so David Ortiz doesn't come up with him on first.
Instead, he loses him with a 1-out walk. How about the combination of David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez? So far in the 2007 playoffs, 16 of 18 plate appearances Ortiz has reached. 13 of 18 Manny Ramirez has reached. And this combination has been lethal, whether it's been the Angels on the mound or last night Sabathia and the rest of the bullpen for Cleveland. To take it one step further with Ortiz, his last 8 games, going back into the regular season, he's made a total of 6 outs. 35 plate appearances, 29 times he's reached base. So he was hot coming into the postseason. Something that Dan Shaughnessy of the Boston Globe was researching, and those numbers point out why he won the Sharp Offensive Player of the Month for the month of September.
I think Mike Lowell, the third baseman, said it best after last night's game when both Ramirez and Ortiz were on 10 times. Mike Lowell said it was just a ridiculous performance. Ridiculous.
Want to know the count on Ortiz. And misses down and away. More of the typical shift is on for Ortiz tonight, with a right-handed Carmona on the mound. The left side of the infield is barren, with the exception of Casey Blake playing like a shortstop, playing up the middle. He's the third baseman. Another one misses. It's 3-0.
It's what these guys can make you do. Pitch defensively. Then you miss, you miss, you miss. You're behind Ortiz with Ramirez on deck.
Heard Eric Karros talk about it in our pregame show.
Right.
Victor Martinez just went out in front of the plate and tried to slow down Fausto Carmona, trying to help guide him through this first inning. 3-0. A 4-pitch walk. And in 4+ games for the Red Sox, they've walked 26 times. That's how patient they've been, along with all the big hits. Carmona had Youkilis set up at 1-2. Lost Youkilis. Walked Ortiz on 4 straight. And now has to deal with Manny Ramirez. Ball 1.
32 double plays led the American League this year, induced by Carmona. Tied with Chien-Ming Wang of the Yankees. He needs one here.
On the inside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike.
After 5 straight balls, a questionable strike called by Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire. I think the Indians got a break there.
Carmona, 23 years old, from Santo Domingo in the Dominican, 6'4", 220. Signed as a 17-year-old and put into the Indians Baseball Academy in the Dominican. Is 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
after evening the count. That is the pitch that Terry Francona said that Boston hitters have to lay off of. Awfully tough to do. Also awfully tough to get Manny Ramirez out with 2 strikes.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Carmona is trying to break this streak now, which is at 11. Combined opportunities for Ortiz and Ramirez when they have reached base. 10 times last night. It's within this series, and Ortiz is already on tonight. Left side, out at second, double play. Tied for the major league lead, as Tim said, in inducing the double play. He gets a big one here in the first inning of game 2. And after 1, Indians down a game, lead it 1-0. First pitch from Schilling misses down and away, ball 1 to Gianni Peralta. Kenny Lofton will follow, and then Franklin Gutierrez. Peralta, the 25-year-old shortstop, led all AL shortstops in home runs hit this season with 21. Kind of a disappointing last year for Peralta. Had a terrific 05. And the same can be said really for the Indians. Here they are in the ALCS, down a game, leading 1-0 tonight. 2-1 from Schilling. Curt Schilling is pitching for money tonight. He's a free agent at the end of the year, and he will most likely head into that free agent pool, and it is a pretty thin pool. As opposed to after next year, when CC Sabathia could be a free agent, Johan Santana of the Twins. But Schilling is on the list with guys like Lavin, Traxel, Freddie Garcia, who was injured this year, Livan Hernandez, Bartolo Colon. Schilling trying to prove yet again that he is in that category of a big game pitcher. Kenny Rosenthal is with us of FoxSports.com. I mean, timing is pretty good, Ken, for Curt Schilling, if indeed he does become a free agent, to jump out there and say, come get me.
Absolutely, Joe. And the Red Sox at the start of the year declined to give him a contract extension because they wanted to see if he could get through the entire season healthy. He didn't do that, and yet his reinvention as a finesse pitcher could lead him back to this team.
Peralta lines one into right on a hop to J.D. Drew, and the leadoff man is on again for the Indians. Take another look at this base hit into right field. Kenny, I don't know if you have more on Schilling, but certainly you say finesse pitching. He has reinvented himself within this season, and we talked to Terry Francona, said he started to accept that he didn't need to look over his shoulder and look at the velocity of the pitches. He is a different guy mentally as well.
Joe, if he went to the National League, I think he could really be a huge success. He has talked about going back to the Phillies, not the greatest pitcher's park, but imagine him back in the National League West, where there are some good pitcher's parks. I think he could be pretty successful over there.
Able to touch low 90s with his fastball.
Going back to the Diamondbacks, going back to the Dodgers, the San Diego Padres, San Francisco Giants.
There's going to be no shortage of teams looking for pitching, and the list isn't that great. Fly ball into center. Coming to get it is Coco Crisp. 1 out. As Ken said, Schilling went on the DL this season. They called it tendonitis, right shoulder tendonitis, but really they just wanted to kind of shut him down and give him a chance to recover. He had 2 very poor starts before he went on the DL. 2 starts where his ERA was over 10. He had a no strikeout game on June 18th, which broke a streak of 378 straight games with at least one strikeout. It didn't look like he had anything left. They shut him down. He worked his way back, and now here he is after 7 shutout innings against the Angels in the division series, starting game 2 of the ALCS. Strike 1 to Gutierrez. Franklin got to start tonight. Tim, you and I both showed up at the park today and thought there was a chance that Trot Nixon could be in the lineup for Eric Wedge.
Talked to Eric about it, and he said he's comfortable with defense. With Carmona pitching, that he really has 3 center fielders in the outfield. Kenny Lofton, of course, playing left field tonight. A former center fielder. Grady Sizemore, one of the best. And Gutierrez with great range in right field. So Eric going for defense, but it was a poor night for Gutierrez last night. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Runner goes, and on a hit and run, Gutierrez fouls it back behind him over his own dugout.
A lot of times we mentioned the 3 strikeouts last night. When guys are having a tough time making contact, it's often good to put the hit and run on with those guys because they know they have to hit the ball, and their concentration level is much greater. That's why the hit and run was on to a guy who normally you wouldn't hit and run with.
Peralta led off with a single. Lofton fly to center, and now a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Gutierrez. Over but low, 2-2. Go back to that 2004 postseason where Schilling had that detached tendon in his right ankle. Bloody sock and all of that. He was 3-1 at the end of it, an ERA of 3.5 in 4 starts, including 6 shutout innings in the World Series against the Cardinals. That's hit to Lugo. Out at second, turned it. 6-4-3. From Lugo to Pedroia on to Youkilis. Schilling appreciates it. 1-0 Cleveland. The ALCS on Fox is sponsored by Bud Light. Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it. Mike Lowell will try and get something started for the Red Sox. Last night had a hit, 3 at-bats, 3 RBIs. And Carmona, who got around 2 walks in the first inning thanks to the double play ball, misses low ball 1. It's Lowell, then J.D. Drew, then Varitek. With the Indians leading on the 2-out RBI double by Victor Martinez in the first. 1-1.
Some interesting comments from John Farrell, the pitching coach of the Red Sox today, talking about Carmona and the dominance of the arm side of the plate like that. That's the arm side of the plate. For a right-hander, it's the right-hand side. For a left-hander, the left-hand side. The one problem he had when John Farrell was there, and he was with the Cleveland Indians for 5 years, he couldn't pitch the ball to that side of the plate. But you can see tonight, everything is down and into right-handers, down and away to left-handers. So right now, he has not gone to the left side of the plate. And I wonder if John Farrell's thinking about those comments to Gordon Eads of the Boston Globe today, right now.
3-1 pitch is chopped to third. Good pick by Casey Blake. I think we've said enough about Casey Blake, and we will after I tell you that the Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of Major League Baseball. And together they create a positive place for kids. And there are kids packed into Fenway Park, as there will be starting on Monday night at Jacobs Field. Here's J.D. Drew. Casey Blake is a guy who was going to start the year and play a lot of right field, some first base. Andy Marte, who was their hot young third baseman, did not have much success at the big league level. So they said, well, third base is all yours. He played third base in the minor leagues. Played some shortstop in college. And he's a guy that can not only play everywhere, but doesn't mind hitting anywhere in the lineup, and probably could. He's in the number 9 spot. He could hit cleanup, hit 18 home runs. Valuable guy. According to Kenny Lofton during our lineup segment, he's got a great beard, and I have to agree. It's like John Saraceno of USA Today. It's just full. 2-1 pitch. Drew takes, and it's 2-2. A ground out started the inning. Here's a ground out from Drew. If Peralta can make the play, and he can. Sometimes Johnny Peralta can be a little deliberate with his throws, and that time from the hole with J.D. Drew running, he made a nice play.
He knew he had to hurry, the plant and a strong arm to get Drew. He might say, well, that is an out for the Red Sox, but it was a good approach by J.D. Drew. Barry Francona telling us the left-handed hitters have to hit the ball the other way, again, because it's Carmona living on the right side of the plate. That's that sinker away to left-handers. So even though he made an out, it was a good at bat by J.D.
See what Varitek does here. The switch hitting catcher batting left-handed. 2 out, nobody on. Strike 1 on the outside corner. One ball, 1 strike. Last night, Varitek had a hit, 5 at-bats, 2 RBIs. On deck is Crisp. 1-1 pitch is down and in. Made the play to his right. Blake will start it, then Grady Sizemore will bat for the Indians in the 3rd. Top half, 1-0 Cleveland. First pitch is a strike over the inside corner to Casey Blake. It'll be Blake, then Grady Sizemore, then Asdrubal Cabrera. If anybody gets on the DH, Travis Hafner. 1-0 Indians on top. RBI by Victor Martinez. Schilling misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Commissioner Bud Selig was on the National League side yesterday and is here tonight. Up in the owner's box here at Fenway Park, and what a year it was for Major League Baseball, with over 79 million total fans filing into baseball stadiums across the country. That is a proud total for Commissioner Selig. Casey Blake waits, and that's down the right field line into the corner. It is foul. But then with baseball, there's always news on the other side, which the latest bit of information as you look at all of the good that happened this year in baseball, with the attendance record set in 2007. And yesterday, the news breaking that the Mitchell investigation may release names of major stars in the game of baseball and their involvement with performance-enhancing drugs.
Right after the World Series, those names could be mentioned.
Here's a 2-2. Blake stays up there. Last night, Casey 2 out of 3 with a couple of doubles. A real weapon in the bottom of the lineup. If you talk to Eric Wedge, he'll tell you we've got some excitement at the top with Sizemore and Cabrera. We've got some thump in the middle, and we've got experience down at the bottom of our lineup.
6 players in the lineup with 18 home runs or more this year.
2-2. Sizemore will follow. This is an Indians team that take the home runs out of it. As a group, they've hit .301 during this postseason coming into tonight's game. Red Sox have hit .296. Blake could not hold up, and the first strikeout of the night for Curt Schilling. Grady Sizemore will walk in. Grady doubled to start the night. As Drupal Cabrera tried to bunt him to third, popped up. Hafner flied to left, and then with 2 out, Victor Martinez put the Indians on top.
That strikeout of Casey Blake, the most effective splitter that Curt Schilling has thrown tonight. And in the 3rd inning against the Angels, that's when that splitter came around. Well, that could be bad news for the Cleveland hitters. Here's Casey Blake. The ball goes down, and Blake can't hold up.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Sizemore. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grady is only 25 years old. The core of this team is very young. Top 2 starters in CC Sabathia, 27. Carmona, tonight's pitcher, 23. And that duo, first Cleveland teammates to win 19 or more games since 3 of the best ever on a team. The fly ball down the left field line, number 2. Lemon score and win. Won 19 or more games as teammates back in 1956 for the Indians. Our AT&T trivia question: who has played for the most different teams in the postseason? I don't know if that question is grammatically correct. It just doesn't read right.
No.
But you get the gist.
Yes. Well, Kenny Lofton has played for 6 different postseason teams.
Here's a strike to Cabrera. Are you going with Lofton?
Yes.
Okay.
He's not going with him. I can't think of anybody else.
Fly ball into center off the bat of Asdrubal Cabrera. And the inning comes to a close. Bottom of the 3rd inning here in Boston. Red Sox back, trailing 1-0. Coco Crisp, who got to the big leagues with the Indians, steps in to lead it off for Boston. Lugo will follow, then Pedroia. Indians lead 1-0 behind Fausto Carmona. Ball 1. Back in the 1st inning, Carmona struck out Pedroia, then walked Youkilis after having him set up at a ball and 2 strikes. Walked Ortiz, but got a double play off the bat of Manny Ramirez. By far the biggest pitch so far on the night. 1 ball, 1 strike on Crisp. Paul Bird, who is the scheduled Game 4 starter for the Indians, is wearing a microphone for us tonight. He's in the dugout. We'll hear his thoughts about that double play ball off the bat of Ramirez after Crisp does something to start the inning. 2-1. Coco last night in Game 1 was 1 for 4. Lugo was 1 for 4 as well last night with a run scored and a double. That's a talent. Pretty good pitch. Carmona does not get the call. It's 3-1.
A little low. Usually if his pitches are out of the strike zone, they're low.
That's a strike, and Crisp has to come back. Pitch to the right side. Cabrera can't get down on it. Base hit. Crisp has his second hit of this ALCS. Here is Paul Bird and his thoughts on the double play that Carmona got off the bat of Manny Ramirez back in the first.
I think my favorite thing about it is like last inning, you know. Gets in trouble if you're a fly ball guy with Manny Ramirez. You're not real comfortable, you know. But he gets the 2-ball, gets a double play, throw it down the middle, let it work.
That's an interesting comment. Throw it down the middle and let it work. Carmona has such great stuff. He does not have to be too fine. You can look for a bunt right here. I think a straight sacrifice. Red Sox trailing by a run. Even though Lugo hits very well in this ballpark. A lot of things Terry Francona can do.
Crisp with great speed over at first. Lugo was a .286 hitter here at Fenway. .237 overall to tell you the difference between home and road for Lugo's season swinging the bat. No sign of a bunt. Strike one. Four-year, $36 million deal. Lugo signed. Big money. Try and add to the run production in this lineup. Gave up some defense when they signed him and let Alex Gonzalez leave.
1-1. Telling Terry Francona, or asking Terry last night, the different approach that he would take against Sabathia compared to Carmona. He said, we'll run against Carmona much more than we will Sabathia.
There goes Crisp. Throw down by Martinez. Not close. Tying run at second. Nobody out.
You know, I think that was a hit and run. Coco Crisp did not have a good break off of first base. And this is a weak throw by Victor Martinez, even though he has improved his throwing this year. You can see Coco Crisp was looking toward home plate. I think Julio Lugo missed the hit and run there, because Crisp did not anticipate Lugo taking the ball, but still steals second easily.
2 balls and a strike on Lugo. Now he shows bunt to try to get Crisp over to third. Misses it. 2-2. It's one thing to bunt a runner over to third in this situation with nobody out at the moment. And remember, you've got a guy like Carmona on the mound. Not that easy to hit the sacrifice fly against.
Right.
2-2 pitch is down and away, full count. 18 groundouts in that Game 2 start in the division series for Carmona against the Yankees. Four ground balls so far tonight, 3 for outs. The other a base hit by Crisp to start the inning. 3-2 pitch. Off day tomorrow in this series, and then on Monday, as we had last night, it's a special start time, 7 Eastern. Last night we started at 7 Eastern as well. 7 o'clock Eastern time on Monday night. Not the typical 8 o'clock Eastern start. 3-2 pitch. Reason being is the NLCS will continue after our game on Monday night. And they're the starters, the probables. Jake Westbrook, who lost Game 3 of the division series against the Yankees against Matsuzaka, who really labored through 4 2/3 against the Angels. strikeout for Carmona, his second of the night, and it comes at a good time for the Indians.
Yeah, we talked about the popped-up bunt by Cabrera against Schilling, and what a big out that was. This is a big out for Carmona. Well, what a wicked sinker. And again, to the right side of the plate. Inside to right-handers and outside to left-handed hitters.
Now it's Pedroia, who struck out his first time. Another one inside. This one stays up, and that's ball one. 50 pitches already for Fausto Carmona as we play here in the third inning. That's a lot. Carmona, who has more than double the innings pitched this year than he had last year. Big reason why last year was out of the bullpen, this year as a starter, but for a guy 23, his arm has taken on a lot. However, his stats have gotten better as the year has gone on.
Best earned run average in the American League in the second half. A 2.35 earned run average the last 2.5 months of the season.
Carmona trying to slow himself down behind the mound. 2 balls, no strikes on Pedroia, who drove home 50 during the regular season, has won this postseason. Tying run at second. And a 3-0 count on the rookie Pedroia.
We talked about the inside part of the plate to right-handed batters. And once again, Pedroia takes ball 3.
Dave Magadan, the hitting coach. 3-0 pitch. Close, ball 4. Third walk.
Here's an idea of how Carmona has worked right-handed batters tonight. Foul ball by Youkilis. Inside ground ball double play by Ramirez. An out by Mike Lowell. And a strikeout. The only strikeout of the game. Julio Lugo.
Here's Youkilis now with 2 on and 1 out. Kevin walked his first time. Year after year, one of the most patient hitters in the game. Sees a lot of pitches, and the Red Sox hitters have seen a lot of pitches already from Carmona. Guys in the bullpen for the Red Sox are entertaining themselves. Strike 1 on the inside corner.
That was a fake break by Coco Crisp at second base, and that's a bad thing to do when you've got a hitter right there. You either run or you stay still. You don't do this. Reason for that is you're part of the hitter's background, and hitters don't like all that activity around them. You're going to steal, take the base.
Immediately, Chris put his hand up to tell Pedroia that he wasn't running.
That's the thing, that trail runner, a lot of times the trail runner takes the bait. But you can see Crisp on that play, the fake break, and then putting that left hand up to hold Pedroia at first base. One thing, you don't want to rope that trail runner into an out.
Another one into the right-handed hitter Youkilis, and the count's 0-2. One area that they highlighted with Carmona was finishing his delivery. To try and work the other side of the plate and try and keep left-handed hitters honest by working them in toward their hands. They had him watch video of John Garland of the White Sox, see how he finishes his delivery. Another one in under the hands of the right-handed batter.
And the reason for that was John Garland is an American League pitcher that is most similar to Carmona. Boy, they worked on his reach, and he's a good student. He is nasty.
Carmona bothered by Crisp back at second base. Remember that this pitch count is getting up there, but this is a bullpen that features a good setup relief corps. Jensen Lewis, who worked last night, Rafael Perez and Rafael Betancourt. Ball one.
Good play by Martinez. Catchers do not anticipate fastballs in the dirt. With a breaking ball, you go down with it. But the fastball surprises you. Really well done by Martinez. Talked about it last night. Victor much improved behind the plate. Even his throwing much improved, even though not a good throw when Chris stole second base.
2 out, another strikeout. Second of the inning for Carmona, and in that same spot.
He is wearing that spot out to right-handed batters. You wonder about the second time through the lineup if the Red Sox hitters will adjust. Inside, 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 and he gets Youkilis.
But with the sink to that pitch, you almost get the feeling he could throw that pitch the entire night.
That's true.
And if he can put it in that spot, he'll take his chances.
Even if guys are looking for it, they can't do anything with it.
But the key is, what does he do against a left-handed batter? Can he keep these guys honest while working that side of the plate? Of course, 96 miles an hour up around the letters will do some damage.
Well, you make that same pitch to David Ortiz that you made to Kevin Youkilis to get him out, and that's his power. That pitch down and away. He peppers that wall with regularity. 52 doubles on the year, and quite a few of those to left field.
It's like Mo Vaughn used to do here with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
An uppercut swing and lift the ball. Either hit it over the monster and left or bang it off the monster. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ortiz. Two on, 2 out. Strike 2.
Going away again. Well, that's a dangerous area to throw David Ortiz.
Ortiz actually hit a walk-off home run against Carmona last year when Carmona was attempting to convert into a closer. That's in the dirt, 2-2. It was a shot that Ortiz hit and went to pretty much straightaway center. Blown saves here at Fenway at the end of July. 2-2 pitch. Carmona knocks it down. That will go as an infield hit to load the bases.
That was a play that had Carmona not touched the ball, perhaps Johnny Peralta would have made that play. Certainly with no shift on, he would have made it. On the other hand, after looking at it, I think with the shift on, had Carmona not touched it, it's probably into center field because Peralta's on the right side of second base.
Yeah, I thought initially that Carmona saved a run, and I think so looking at it. That ball was hit hard and would have shot right through this infield.
Yeah.
As Carl Willis, the pitching coach, comes out, but he didn't get the out. But that effort by Carmona, for the moment, keeps the lead.
Well, right now is not the time to talk to Carmona. As you see Carl Willis, the pitching coach, you don't talk to him about using the other side of the plate right now. But if he gets Ramirez out, that's when you say, look, you've got to make the adjustment. These Red Sox hitters are too good of hitters to get them out in one area all night.
Well, here he is again with the bases loaded. This is the 6th time in this series already that Boston has had the bases loaded. And Ramirez has been up there 2 of the 6 times. This is the 3rd. Twice last night, once tonight, ball 1. Bases loaded, 2 out, 1-0 Indians on top. Interesting that first pitch was down and away to Manny Ramirez. Another block by Martinez, ball 2.
That was an inadvertent block. Almost a protecting block right there. And Victor Martinez lucky to come up with that one. Coco Crisp thought it might have been Vine.
No pitcher wants to be in this spot. Bases loaded, 2 out. And 2-0 to Manny Ramirez. The 12th walk handed to the Red Sox in this series, and for the 3rd time with the bases loaded, Manny Ramirez gets the RBI with a walk. Here's Lowell. Strike 1. 1-1 game, bases loaded, 2 out. Jensen Lewis is going to get loose here in the 3rd inning. Strike 2.
I think that got the left foot of Mike Lowell. Talking about something that's got to hurt with a guy who throws as hard and heavy as Carmona when you hammer one off your left puppy. Ouch.
Figure Carmona's going right back down in there.
And he did.
Still 0-2. It's going to be at least a 36-pitch inning for Fausto Carmona. The Red Sox, as they did last night with Sabathia, they have made him work. 4 walks in 2 2/3 innings. Here comes Ortiz. 2-run score, and it's 3-1.
tries to come back inside to Lowell, and Mike fights it off. Broken bat base hit the other way, and with 2 outs, really no way to get even a guy like David Ortiz. Pedroia scores easily. Here comes Ortiz. David almost missed third base. Ramirez going to third on the throw, and another big hit by Mike Lowell, who drove in more RBIs or more runs this year than any other Boston third baseman.
Here's Drew, first and third, 2 out. Red Sox have their first lead in the night, ball 1. 2 walks and 3 hits in the inning. Cabrera ends the inning. But the Red Sox put those 3 hits and 2 walks together, come up with 3 in the third. And after 3 here in game 2, lead Cleveland 3-1. The ALCS on Fox, sponsored by AIG. Live longer, retire stronger, never outlive your money. By the new AT&T, your world delivered. And by Lipitor. 22-minute half inning in which the Red Sox scored 3 to take a 3-1 lead, and we'll see how Curt Schilling will turn 41 in November, bounces back after the layoff. He hits the outside corner for a strike to Travis Hafner. Hafner, Martinez, and Garco for the Indians here in the 4th inning, down by 2. Schilling has allowed 1 run on 3 hits. He has struck out 1 and walked nobody. To the count on Hafner. We had a chance to visit with John Farrell, who is the pitching coach for Curt Schilling and the Boston Red Sox. And a guy who was 6 years the director of player development for the Indians. So very familiar with the young pitchers that the Cleveland team features in this series, including tonight's starter Fausto Carmona. Talk to him about both starters as that misses down and in, ball 1. I'll give you that after Hafner does something to start the 4th. Farrell, a guy who played for the Indians, pitched in '88. He's a teammate of Terry Francona. Francona hit .311 and Farrell went 14 and 10 with an ERA of 4.24. 2-2.
I think Schilling wanted the front corner, very close, but looked outside.
Hafner off balance, pops it up into left. First question to John Farrell, the Red Sox pitching coach, was about tonight's starter for Boston, Curt Schilling.
Well, Joe, he really does. And I think the one thing that's been so impressive about Curt is he's had to redefine himself. He's not the pitcher with the same velocity of 3 or 4 years ago, but he's made some necessary adjustments, changed speeds a little bit more frequently, but his execution of a game plan is outstanding.
Well, John, it does not appear that Carmona has made the adjustments. Your comments interesting about the right side of the plate. He's lived there all night against the Red Sox this evening.
Yeah, he has, and we've done a tremendous job with a relentless approach towards him and trying to make him get that sinker up, because even with multiple guys on base, he's just 1 pitch away from a double play. But we know that going in that he's most strong to the arm side of the plate, and that's the case here again tonight.
No matter what, John, last question, no matter what, do you want to get Papelbon at least an inning here tonight to try and knock some of the rust off and get him some work before the off day tomorrow?
No question, Joe. It'd be ideal for him knowing that we do have that off day, but we were fortunate to get 3 guys to the mound last night, and we would look to do the same, but we've got a long way to go before we get there.
All right. Thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, John. John Farrell, the pitching coach. And this staff swears by the work he's done. Victor Martinez is 2 for 2, a 2-out RBI double in the first inning, and now he's on with 1 out here in the 4th.
I can't think offhand of, as you see, Daisuke Matsusaka or Hideki Okajima. I guess that was Okajima in the bullpen, right?
The shadows were too great. Couldn't see under there.
But I can't think offhand of anybody who was a director of player procurement, farm director like Farrell for that long a period of time, who jumped into a major league pitching coach's job.
Yeah, and like in the NFL, when you talk about assistants who are on one staff and now they're on another, they can give a scouting report, and there's no doubt that John Farrell was in on the discussion with this Boston Red Sox lineup about how to approach Carmona and what gives him trouble. Ken Rosenthal, you have more on that?
One of the amazing things about John Farrell, Joe, is that the Indians general manager, Mark Shapiro, says he can hold any position that he wants in Major League Baseball right up to general manager. It does not surprise Shapiro that Farrell is a huge success. He thought he would succeed in any position.
Well, whether it's Schilling or Varitek, whoever on this Red Sox staff, Okajima, who we showed you out in the pen, and all the adjustments that have been going on since the beginning of the season. This is a Red Sox team that led the AL in team ERA under Farrell in his first year. Garco up the middle. That's a base hit. Martinez will hold at second, 2 on 1 out, as Ryan Garco gets his second hit of this series. And here come the Indians with 2 on and 1 out. The batter will be Peralta.
See Curt Schilling going after this ball with his bare hand, and obviously a sigh of relief that it didn't make contact. You mentioned Mark Shapiro. One of the great quotes from Mark over the past 3 or 4 days after Game 4 at Yankee Stadium. He said, "Silence at Yankee Stadium is as satisfying as applause at any other time." And there is silence here at Fenway right now.
Scott Pioli, who's the GM of the New England Patriots, is one of Mark's best friends, and Eric Mangini, who's the head coach of the Jets, is Mark's brother-in-law. With 2 on 1 out, a strike from Curt Schilling. So a lot of sports knowledge with that trio: Pioli, Shapiro, and Mangini. Runners on at first and second. 1 out, and Peralta, who singled his first time up, could come up with a key hit for Cleveland. 21 home runs during the regular season. Takes outside. Mentioned that the Red Sox led the AL in team ERA. They've done that 3 times in the last 9 years after not doing it ever between 1915 and 1998.
It's a remarkable note.
The 1-1 pitch. Hit in the air to center field off the bat of Peralta. Back at the track, at the wall. It's gone. Actually, it is a home run. It's a 3-run shot. The umpires did not make a signal. Initially, Peralta was stopping at second, but that ball was well out over the wall in center field. Second base umpire Paul Emmel eventually, by the time Peralta got to second, put the index finger up, twirled it around, and with that, the Indians are back on top.
And there has been a lot of talk in the past few years about a yellow line being painted on top of Fenway Park's center field right here, because it's very difficult to tell whether the ball, from an umpire's standpoint, whether the ball is above the wall or not. This one clearly a home run by a lot, but it would have been made much easier had that yellow line been drawn on top of the center field wall here at Fenway.
Well, if there's one guy who knew it, it was Curt Schilling. It sounded good off the bat. And he knew immediately that ball got over the wall in center. There was a slight delay with the men in blue, but eventually the call was made, and that 3-run shot is by far the biggest swing of this postseason for the Cleveland Indians. Home plate umpire Kerwin Danley from far away wanted to call it, while Ramirez was making a play and Peralta didn't know what to do out at second base. 1-1 pitch. Strike 2 on Lofton. So Johnny Peralta, who again had the most home runs for any shortstop in the AL, goes deep. And the 25-year-old who hit only 13 last year gets in essence his 22nd of this season. Doesn't count that way, but the Indians don't care. That was one big swing. Now Lofton grounds one to the right side. Good play by the rookie Pedroia. 2 out. Our AT&T trivia question: after Lofton grounded out, who has played for the most different teams in the postseason? You may be right. I don't know. It just seems odd. And Kenny Lofton, who you said immediately is on the list with David Wells, who ended this season with the Dodgers. And if you want grammatical help, we can provide that for you. Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Is on Thursdays, 8 o'clock, right here on Fox. Is you smarter than a fifth grader? 2 out, nobody on. A strike to Franklin Gutierrez.
Yes, I are.
Jeff Foxworthy, the host. A dramatic turn of events here in the 4th inning for the Indians, down 1-0. One big swing of the bat by Johnny Peralta. Two and 1 on Gutierrez. Fooled on that pitch. Strike 2.
I'm sure Mark Shapiro probably thinking now, silence at Fenway Park, as satisfying as applause at any other time.
I liked his other quote about his bullpen being last year life-shortening. It's a different story this year, and we're going to see members of that bullpen here tonight. You can bet. Strikeout for Schilling is his 2nd of the night. It ends the top of the 4th. But during the top of the 4th, Johnny Peralta puts Cleveland back on top by 1. First pitch at the bottom of the 4th inning from Fausto Carmona. Misses down and away, ball 1. Jason Varitek, Coco Crisp, and Julio Lugo for the Red Sox, who again trail by 1. Varitek lined out his first time up. Away with the first 2 pitches from Carmona to Varitek. We've hit on the same topic every time Carmona's been out there, and we just had a chance to visit with his pitching coach, Carl Willis. We talked about living on one side of the plate. We'll play that interview for you when we get a moment here in the 4th. 2-0. Outside corner, 2-1. Varitek 1 for 6 in this LCS. It was Crisp and his base hit, stolen base last inning. It started the 3-run rally. 2-2.
That's the best sinker Carmona's thrown all night, in my view. The one to Lugo to strike him out, and that last sinker to Jason Varitek.
Varitek leading off, strikes out for the 4th strikeout tonight for Carmona. And here's our chat with Carl Willis, the pitching coach of the Indians.
Well, it really did. You know, Johnny put a real good swing on the ball, obviously, and had a much similar ball he hit in the series against New York there in Cleveland. So, fortunately, hit in the right part of the park, got it out, and got us back in the game.
Let's talk about your young stud, 23-year-old Fausto Carmona. What are you seeing so far, and what isn't working for him so far?
Well, you know, Joe, he really seems to be trying to force the issue a little bit, and, you know, because of that, he's not able to keep the ball on the plate. You know, one of the things he's done this year very well, not only is sink the baseball on the plate, but be able to get the ball opposite arm side into lefties or away from righties. And right now, he's having a hard time getting it on the plate, period, and certainly staying, you know, to that arm side of the plate. And I think if he can slow things down right here, stay over the rubber, you know, get back to getting that ball on the plate and get the ball on the ground.
Well, that begs two questions. A, it points out that you can't live on one side of the plate no matter how good your stuff is at this level, and against this lineup even tougher.
Well, you're exactly right. You know, Boston, they're very well disciplined, and they don't swing at pitches off of the plate. They recognize out of the hand where it's going to be, and, you know, they're basically eliminating pitches right now, and unfortunately, we're throwing too many of them out of the strike zone. We need to make a correction.
We've got 5 seconds left. You worried about a pitch count at all, and is there one with Carmona?
Well, you know, we're going to be careful, and we're going to watch him, but we're going to play it, you know, hitter to hitter right now.
All right, Carl, thanks for your time.
All right, thanks, guys.
83 pitches so far for Fausto Carmona, with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So this will be a night where the Indians will dip into that very good bullpen. As Carmona induces the line drive off the bat of Crisp, 2 out.
Joe, the interesting thing about both of those interviews with John Farrell and Carl Willis, both of them agreed about one pitcher. I mean, how many times do you hear that during a game? The thinking of two opposite pitching coaches, and they're thinking exactly alike about one pitcher, Fausto Carmona, because of John Farrell's history with Carmona and the Cleveland Indians. Very interesting.
With 2 out, nobody on, Lugo takes a ball down and away. Obviously, that first question to Carl Willis, we gave you his answer. What I should have told you was that the question leading in was about that swing by Peralta. Now it changed the mood in that dugout in a blink. A 3-run home run from Johnny Peralta, the Cleveland shortstop, turned what was a 2-run deficit into a 1-run lead in the top of this 4th. 1-1 to Lugo. Ball 2. To Lugo. Ball 3 on deck is Pedroia. You know what's running through the mind of Curt Schilling? One pitch that he's thrown so far tonight. The home run ball off the bat of Peralta. 3-1 pitch. Full count.
Those things are tough to erase, but that's part of your job. Just like a short reliever giving up a game-winning home run and trying to forget about it the next day. The thing about a starting pitcher, he's got to go back out there the next inning.
And that's really something that Eric Wedge talked about with us with regard to Joe Borowski, the closer. His mentality. May not have the greatest stuff, but he racked up 45 saves, and he does not dwell on failures, which is a great trait for any closer. A 2-out walk. 5th walk handed out by Carmona. Paul Bird is wearing a microphone for us, and here were his thoughts on this inning for Carmona.
This is a crucial inning for him, man. He's got to get out there and shut these guys down, man. We've answered, you know. He's got to get us right back in here, be aggressive, got a lot of pitches.
He got the first 2 and then issued the 2-out walk to bring up Pedroia.
And Lugo will be running. You just don't know which pitch. You can imagine Victor Martinez's problem behind home plate. Not only does he have to throw, but rarely will he have a good pitch to throw, because Carmona, once again, down, heavy, hard in the strike zone. Very difficult for catchers to throw that hard sinker. Lugo led the Red Sox in stolen bases with 33. He's going to run. It's just a matter of when.
So far, one steal for Lugo in the postseason. Been caught one time. Really worked a lot with the mechanics of Victor Martinez and trying to get him to slow down, believe it or not. With his delivery, get his legs underneath him and get a stronger throw to second instead of hurrying everything.
That's what Victor did on the steal of second by Coco Crisp. The reason for that is when you hurry things, the body gets out in front of the arm. The arm trails the body. You hear that a lot about catchers who need to get their feet up under them, like Jorge Posada has done over the past years with the Yankees.
Ball one to Pedroia, who looked like he was just going to take no matter where that pitch was.
I think he'll take again, too.
Try and present an opportunity for Youkilis as one of those very good members of the bullpen. One of their setup lefties. Rafael Perez is getting loose. A hop towards second by Lugo at first. He stayed put. It's 2-0. And if you're the catcher, Tim, and here comes Carl Willis. Yeah, Lugo's at first, but don't you have to make sure that Carmona is worried about the guy at the plate with a bat in his hands and not worried about the runner?
Yeah, right. Well, the one thing you try to do in an effort to keep his pitches to where the umpire can see him is you've got to stay down. You can't come up too quickly. If you come up too quickly, you're going to block the umpire's view. And that is what I think Eric Wedge is out to talk to, or Carl Willis, I beg your pardon, to talk to Carmona right now and telling him exactly that. You've already had your chance at Lugo. Worry about the guy with the stick in his hand.
A little bit after the top of the hour, the game summary brought to you by Verizon. It was Cleveland jumping out in front 1-0 in the first inning on a 2-out RBI double by Victor Martinez. The Red Sox got 3 in the bottom of the third inning, but in the fourth, top half, 2 on, 1 out. 3-run home run Peralta to make it 4-3 Indians. That's where it is now with a runner at first, 2 out, and a 2-0 count on Dustin Pedroia. Two and one.
The bullpen hex.
It's like Emmett Otter's jug band out there. What's going on? Strike 2 on Pedroia. That's the noise coming out of the bullpen. You got guys banging on the top of the dugout. Somebody playing a triangle out there. We need more cowbell.
That's what going to the bullpen does to you.
Wow, it's been a long year. 2-2. Pedroia strikes out. That's number 5 on the night for Fausto Carmona. After 4 at Fenway. 4-3. Indians back after this from your local Fox station. The aerial photos from up above being brought to you by Hood, America's dairy expert since 1846. Visit hood.com to learn more. We have seen the good and the bad from each starter here tonight. First breaking ball dropping in from Schilling for a strike to Casey Blake, the number 9 hitter who rips it foul. 0-2. It's Blake now, Sizemore on deck, and then as Drupal Cabrera. Anybody gets on the DH, Hafner. Rockies and the Diamondbacks, they are resting. And I guess if you ask the Colorado Rockies, they'd say, put the chalk on the field and let's go play again. They had the 4-day layoff. Their streak continues. They win in 11 innings last night. They've won 19 out of 20.
Talk about a team that cannot wait to get to the ballpark. That's the Rockies. Josh Fogg and Livan Hernandez will go in Game 3 tomorrow night. 2 right-handers.
That's at 8:30 Eastern on TBS. Rockies up in the series 2-0, and they go to Coors Field next. Fogg and Hernandez. Chip Caray, Bob Brenly, Tony Gwynn, Craig Sager. What outfit will it be tomorrow night? The 2-2 pitch, and Blake steps out.
I don't think Craig Sager and Chris Myers shop at the same store.
No.
Do you?
Chris is a little more understated. That's up and away, full count. Blake trying to get on in front of Grady Sizemore. That is a rocket caught by Lowell at third. 1 out.
Big league lunge right here. Good play by Lowell.
And very near that diving catch is Chris Myers, who is past the dugout down the left side. You had a good view of that catch there, Chris.
Yes, I was trying to contact Mr. Blackwell in between things. But no fashion statement, more a statement about the Indians. And that Peralta home run, just watching the Indians bench, Joe and Tim, it really has inspired them in a game that they have to have. They seem to be a lot more confident with the circumstances tonight compared to last night, no matter what they're wearing.
Thank you, Chris. 1 out, nobody on, and Grady Sizemore digs in.
3-run home runs does a lot for your confidence.
Peralta, one of the members of the core of this team, signed through 2010. Sizemore is another one, and he rips one into right. This ball's gone. Home run, Grady Sizemore. 2-run lead, Cleveland. Up 5-3 here in the 5th inning. A line drive homer by Grady Sizemore.
Eric Wedge telling us last night that Grady Sizemore at his best can take over a game. He scored the first run and the last run in this one. Looked like a fastball away. Up. Sizemore had 24 home runs during the season. That ball was just hammered into the Red Sox bullpen.
And if you're unfamiliar, listen to that sound. Talk about crisp. Sizemore, 20 or more home runs, 75 or more RBIs, and 100 or more runs in all 3 of his full seasons in the big leagues. And he's just 25 years old. Against the 40-year-old Schilling, took him out into the Red Sox bullpen, and now they get active out there. 1 out. Nobody on, and the batter is Asdrubal Cabrera. There aren't many Ken Rosenthal like Grady Sizemore, are there?
No, Joe. He is the Indians' version of Derek Jeter, a guy with a burning desire to win. If you remember in the division series, his leadoff homer in the clincher set the tone for the Indians' victory at Yankee Stadium. And in Game 2, he was all over the place. Diving catch on a liner by Jorge Posada. He barreled into Jabba Chamberlain, scoring on a wild pitch. And also, he took first on a drop third strike after a 13-pitch at bat against Mariano Rivera in the 10th inning. This guy can do it all.
1 out, nobody on here in the 5th inning, and Asdrubal Cabrera takes down an in. We could stay with Ken Rosenthal and talk to him about Cabrera, who's a guy that was added on a regular basis in this lineup toward the end of August. And Ken, this team really settled in when he took over second base, didn't they?
No question, and they haven't had the greatest luck with second basemen over the last couple of years. Remember, they traded Brandon Phillips to the Reds. He became a 30-30 man. They traded for Josh Barfield last offseason, gave up Kevin Kuzminoff, and it turns out that the guy who's got the job now, the guy we're looking at the plate, came over in a minor trade last July 2006, for Eduardo Perez, who is now a television analyst with ESPN. Meanwhile, the Mariners, the team that gave up Cabrera, they could use him right now. They've got some questions of their own about their second baseman, Jose Lopez.
If you want to read more from Ken, you can go to foxsports.com. Ken and Chris Myers with us, Joe Buck and Tim McCarver. 3-2 pitch, and Cabrera chops it foul. Pete Macheska, our producer, Bill Webb, our director, as we bring you game 2 of this ALCS. Indians now lead by 2. Javier Lopez, a lefty. Manny Del Carmen, the right-hander. Three-two. Schilling is trying to fight his way through the 5th and trying to keep the bases clear in front of Hafner. .216 major league wins in the career of Curt Schilling, with 3,100 strikeouts. He strikes out Cabrera here, 2 out. Tomorrow, Fox NFL Sunday returns. Big game early is Washington. They've been a surprise, and that's certainly the case with the Green Bay Packers. Washington at Green Bay. Eagles and Jets, or other regional action, including the Panthers at the Cardinals. It starts with Fox NFL Sunday and a chat with Jason Campbell, the quarterback of the Washington Redskins. Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and high def, only on Fox. Owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, is here at the ballpark tonight. Watching the Red Sox and the Indians as Hafner takes a strike.
Had Cabrera gotten on, that would have been it for Curt Schilling. And Javier Lopez would be in the game right now to face Hafner. Curt Schilling on a very short leash after the home run to Sizemore.
Strike 2 on Hafner.
Good splitter there.
The Red Sox in the bottom of this 5th will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. That means Youkilis, Ortiz, and Ramirez. Base hit, left field. Right through the typical shortstop position with a mini shift on for Hafner. And it's a 2-out single to bring Victor Martinez to the plate.
Came back with a splitter again and left it up. And Hafner, one of 4 Indians tonight to have hits the other way. Talked about the approach to Carmona. The Indians are taking that approach to Schilling also.
So a decision here for Terry Francona, and he elects to keep Schilling in the game with Victor Martinez, the switch hitting catcher, at the plate, who's 2 for 2.
Yeah, if Cabrera gets on, then certainly Lopez would have been the pitcher. But now that Hafner gets the hit, then you have the switch hitter, and you don't really know which guy to go to. Do you go to Lopez or Del Carmen?
Instead, Francona sticks with Schilling.
I think this is one hitter too much for Terry.
To the right side, it's a base hit. 3 for 3 is Victor Martinez. And now we'll see if the pitching change comes with Garco coming up.
Most certainly.
And here comes Terry Francona. Ryan Garko 1 for 2. Schilling gives up 3 hits in the inning, including the home run by Grady Sizemore, and will exit trailing by 2. So Schilling leaves. Del Carmen coming in. 2 on, 2 out for the Indians, up by a couple. Ryan Garko at the plate, 2 on, 2 out. Del Carmen on the mound, strike 1. Schilling is out here in the 5th, and Manny Del Carmen, who had a great year after coming up from Pawtucket, 44 games, an ERA of 2.05, is trying to end the damage here in the 5th. Ball and a strike. This guy's got a plus fastball. Manny Del Carmen.
Talked to Theo Epstein, the general manager of the Red Sox, and in every trade that the Red Sox are contemplating, Manny Del Carmen's the #1 guy that other organizations want, and for good reason. That arm of his.
1 and 2.
That looked like a splitter. An unhittable splitter at that.
Two on with 2 out. Garko with a 1-2 count. Defensive swing and a chop to Lowell, who will tag the bag and end the inning. So Del Carmen does his job. But so did Grady Sizemore. His 2nd hit of the night, including a home run. 5-3. Cleveland on top halfway through game number 2. The ALCS on Fox is sponsored by Chevy and American Revolution. Bottom of the 5th inning, Carmona back to the hill. Indians have their biggest lead of this series. 2 runs. It's 5-3 after the home run by Grady Sizemore, Youkilis, Ortiz, and Ramirez. That misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jensen Lewis is the right-hander, up for the 2nd time, and the same can be said for Rafael Perez, the lefty. Pitch count is right around 100 for Fausto Carmona.
Yeah, you know Eric Wedge is thinking right now. He'd love to get the win for Carmona if the Indians could maintain the lead and he could go 5, but not at the expense of the game. So if he walks Youkilis and you have David Ortiz on deck representing the tying run at the plate, you almost have to bring in Perez, don't you?
Yeah, I would think. You would think that the leash will be short here for Carmona, 1 base runner, and he could be gone. Youkilis has struck out and walked tonight. Line drives a base hit to the left, and we'll see if that's the case. So you look at the Indians dugout and you know exactly what Carl Willis and Eric Wedge are talking about right there, and that is, what do we do? We've got David Ortiz coming up. He's reached base 10 straight times, which ties a postseason record, and you've got a tiring Carmona, and you've got a bullpen that's ready to go.
Well, we said that Terry Francona went with Curt Schilling for 1 batter too long, and Eric Wedge isn't going to do that. I think this is the right move.
So 100 pitches on the nose for Fausto Carmona. And with Rafael Perez, who was so good against the Yankees, getting loose in the bullpen, Wedge will take the baseball. Carmona is out. Ortiz is coming up. Well, so much for the starting pitching matchup that we talked about tonight. And for the Indians, their 2 19-game winners. Last night, Sabathia went 4 1/3 tonight. Fausto Carmona on your left goes 4+, and those two starters each knocked out in the 5th. And now into the Cleveland Indians bullpen, a very good one, and Rafael Perez, who is nasty, especially against left-handed hitters, will have his first encounter with David Ortiz.
Arguably the best left-handed reliever in the American League. Remarkably, he retired the first hitter he faced 39 of 41 times. 39 of 41 times.
Takes over for Carmona. Tying run at the plate here in the 5th inning. And a ball down and away. Ortiz checked his swing. David Ortiz has reached base 10 straight appearances, and that ties a single postseason record held by Billy Hatcher, the Cincinnati Reds, and you were there watching that. It was in 1990. The Reds win over Oakland. Down and away, 2-0.
I was there watching it, but I forgot it.
So Ortiz is trying to set that new record, while Perez, who pitched 6 innings in the division series, tries to get a big out. And he's missed with the first 3 in the same spot. Against the Yankees, a 1-0 record, an ERA of 1.5, 6 innings pitched, 1 run, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, and 1 walk. But he's behind Ortiz 3-0 with Manny Ramirez on deck. And then Mike Lowell, 2 right-handed batters, so we could see Jensen Lewis also here in the 5th. Strike 1.
Rafael Perez is not the type of reliever that you want to come in to face just one batter.
Right. But that may be the situation.
Right.
If Ortiz can reach. That's foul, full count. Perez is a guy that when your starter goes 4+ innings, can't get 5. You figure you would ask for more than one matchup on the night from a guy like Perez, but that may be all he gets and all the Indians get out of one of the best left-handed relievers in the game.
Yeah, if he gets Ortiz, if Ortiz makes an out, then I think Eric Wedge will leave him in to pitch to Manny Ramirez. If he gets on base, I think he's inclined to jerk him.
Ortiz grounds to the right side. Out at second. Safe at first. David Ortiz hustling, just beat the relay throw.
Well, the problem with that shift is the second baseman plays so deeply that he ends up throwing the ball to a guy not used to turning a double play. That was Casey Blake, the third baseman, who does an admirable job, very close at first base, but he appeared to be safe. Good call by Brian Gorman.
Yeah, it's a force out. 4-5. Blake did all he could, made a strong throw, but David Ortiz, bad knee and all, made it down the line. And so it's 1 on, 1 out. No sign of Eric Wedge. That was a big out, even though they don't get the double play, with Rafael Perez coming back from a 3-0 count to get Ortiz and snap that string of reaching 10 straight times. Manny Ramirez tying run at the plate, 1 out. Strike 1. On deck, Mike Lowell. After Lowell, it's a left-handed hitting Drew. On the inside corner, that's strike 2. In this series already, Manny Ramirez has come to the plate with 16 men on.
My goodness.
He's driven in 4. Reason why that number is so low, 3 of them with walks. 0-2 pitch. Foul. The WebMD injury report. Manny Ramirez missed 24 games with a strained left oblique. For more information on injuries affecting your team, visit WebMD.com. So far, that oblique down the stretch and here in the postseason has looked healthy, even with the cooler temperatures. And just so you know, the 3 bases loaded walks for Ramirez is the most by a player in a postseason.
And as we've said on so many occasions, nobody in the major leagues, no other hitter, is more unaffected with 2 strikes than Ramirez.
In the air to right center field, well hit. Sizemore back. Tie game. To highlight what you're saying, Tim, after an 0-2 count, 3 for 4 with 2 home runs and 5 walks.
I mean, that pitch was down and in, and he hits it out of the ballpark to right center field. It was a slider from Perez. Perhaps too good a pitch.
To Lowell.
I thought it was down and away. It's actually down and over the middle of the plate. He wanted it. I thought it was down and in. I beg your pardon. It was down over the middle of the plate. And Ramirez. That is just remarkable.
23rd career postseason home run.
Lowell's turn. Puts the Red Sox ahead.
What could be overlooked in this inning with the 2 home runs is the hustle of David Ortiz.
Excellent point.
He beat what could have been a double play ball that he hit. That set up Ramirez, who tied it with a home run. And then David Ortiz slapping those hands together like he does at the plate to applaud the home run by Lowell, which just put Boston on top again, 6-5. This is a big guy, a DH with a bad right knee, hustling down the line and just beating the throw. And that set up his partner in that 3-4 combination, Ramirez, to tie it. Here's J.D. Drew. Strike one. Told you that Ramirez, before the game, was working on balls off the Green Monster and left. And then during batting practice, went through 2 rounds where he hit just about every ball into that same spot. He just homered. And now Drew with a ringing single to center. And Perez is fooling nobody. That's it for Rafael Perez. The Red Sox just keep coming at you. Manny Ramirez yet again. 2-run shot to tie it. Mike Lowell up and over in left. Pitching change. Boston up 1 in the 5th. Manny Ramirez has had one tremendous postseason, as has David Ortiz. Moments ago, setting the record for the most career home runs in postseason history in 86 games. 23 home runs for Manny Ramirez with the Red Sox and with the Indians. Reggie Jackson at least had LCS play to deal with. Mickey Mantle hit all 18 of his in 65 games in the World Series. Here is Varitek 1-on-1 out. It's a 1-run game. Boston on top. Drew at first. Rafael Perez 1/3 of an inning, 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 home runs. Responsible for Drew, who's on with 1 away. Lewis retired all 6 batters he faced in the division series with the Yankees. Last night, Jensen went 2/3 of an inning and allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. Varitek did not face Lewis last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. Curt Schilling is off the hook. Right now on the hook is Rafael Perez. He's the one that gave up the the go-ahead home run after the tying shot hit by Ramirez.
And the Red Sox have taken the lead against the 2 best pitchers for the Indians in the postseason. Fausto Carmona, the starter, and then Rafael Perez.
The 2-1. Runner goes, and Casey Blake still goes to second for 1. That is beautifully turned.
Man.
As Drupal Cabrera is still learning the second base position. And Casey Blake, even with a runner going, starts the double play. 6-5 Boston after 5. The ALCS on Fox, sponsored by Verizon Wireless. Catch Fox Sports action on your phone with VCast from Verizon Wireless. Del Carmen finished off the top of the 5th, and now he works the top of the 6th to Johnny Peralta, who's 2 for 2. 3-run home run to give the Indians a lead for a while back in the 4th inning. Singled his first time. Trying to get on in front of Lofton and Gutierrez. 2-0 from Del Carmen. is the Manny that fan's talking about. Manny Ramirez with Manny Del Carmen. Grew up in Boston. Hadn't seen a postseason game for the Red Sox here at Fenway till he was part of the team. Game 1 of the division series against the Angels. And then 97-mile-an-hour heater, too much for Peralta, 2-1.
Standing ovation for Manny Ramirez as he took the field. Manny doffing his cap. What a hitter.
Three and 1 to Johnny Peralta. Between innings, being saluted by these fans here at Fenway. (3-1) pitch to Peralta leading off. That skips in for ball 4. Did you know that Boston University's Nickerson Field is the former site of Braves Field? That's the place where the Indians won their last World Series in 1948 over the Boston Braves. 4-3 victory in Game 6. Less than a mile from here. Earlier that season, the Indians had defeated the Red Sox in a one-game playoff here at Fenway to advance to the World Series to take on the Braves. And Nickerson Field hosts Boston University's men's and women's soccer and women's field hockey teams.
Good time to bunt for Lofton. One of the best bunters in the major leagues. Nobody could deaden a ball 15 feet in front of home plate down the third base line any better than Kenny Lofton.
Now John Farrell is going to come out and talk after the first pitch missed to Kenny Lofton. That shot of the two stadiums, whether it was Nickerson Field or here at Fenway, are brought to you by Hood, America's dairy expert since 1846. Visit hood.com to learn more. Chilly night, probably upper 40s by now. It's dropped 4 degrees since the start of the game and will continue. All the players and two managers were talking about how cold it was by the end of the night last night. And we're headed there again. Hideki Okajima, the all-star left-hander, is getting loose for the Red Sox in their pen. Lofton with a line drive base hit into right. Peralta will turn and go to third base. Throw there by Drew, too late. First and third, nobody out for the Indians, who come right back.
Great base running by Johnny Peralta. As Lofton breaks his bat, splinters the bat. Peralta had a good jump off first base. Could see that the ball was too high for Youkilis to catch. J.D. Drew made a strong throw to third, but again, good base running by Peralta.
And you just have to marvel at Kenny Lofton. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is his third time around with the Indians. He's 40 years old. He's been one of the most consistent hitters in the lineup for Eric Wedge this October. He's got 9 hits already this postseason. Started the year with the Texas Rangers. And while we've talked already about how Eric Wedge has redefined the roles on this team down the stretch, once the Indians put Kenny Lofton in the number 7 spot, the lineup really came together again for the Indians. That's low, and it's 2-0 on Gutierrez, who would love to pick right now to break an 0-for-6 start to this LCS. Gutierrez up now and Casey Blake on deck. You don't have a left-handed batter until Grady Sizemore comes up. With Okajima getting loose. Here's a 2-0. 2-1.
One thing about Okajima normally comes in the 7th inning. It would be a rare feat for him to come in the 6th inning. But he is equally effective against right-handed batters.
Well, everything has been moved up because the two starters were knocked out in the 5th.
Right.
2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike from Del Carmen. Gutierrez hit .266 during the regular season. Was 2 for 16 this postseason. Eric Wedge stuck with him tonight. There's an opportunity to play Trot Nixon, the beloved former Boston Red Sox right fielder. He's on the bench. Gutierrez in the lineup and at the plate. And he pops it down the right side, slicing toward the seats, and it's out of the reach of J.D. Drew. Full count.
Going to be interesting to see if Eric Wedge sends Kenny Lofton here. Franklin Gutierrez has been up 6 times. He struck out 4 of those times. Normally with a guy who strikes out a lot, you're not inclined to send the runner. However, Lofton still is such a fast runner that he may send him anyway.
Not going as Gutierrez chops to short. Coming to the plate, the tying run, and out at first is Gutierrez. It's 6-6 here in the 6th, and the go-ahead run Lofton at second. A productive out and an RBI for Franklin Gutierrez. And now Terry Francona is going to come out with Casey Blake coming up. We'll see if Francona is going to go to Okajima. He will. That's it for Del Carmen. Gives up the lead here in the 6th. Okajima coming in after this RBI ground out by Gutierrez ties it in the 6th. Well, Hideki Okajima was a major addition to this Boston Red Sox team over this last offseason. Great ERA, struggled a little down the stretch. They gave him some time off to recuperate. He was an all-star. He won the online vote to become an all-star and appear in San Francisco and make that American League All-Star team. And now here he is facing Casey Blake with a go-ahead run at second. Kenny Lofton 1 out in the 6th.
And Joe, your point about everything being moved up is so true. Only the 4th time this year Okajima has come in the 6th inning, and the first time since August 8th.
First pitch strike to Casey Blake. I'll look back at second for Okajima. It is career low pitching in Japan last year. 2.14 out of the bullpen. For a while was a closer in Japan. Pitching for the Ham Fighters last year that won the Japan series. Signed a 2-year deal for $1,250,000 per year.
What a bargain.
What a bargain. And the changeup has been so devastating, something that he worked on with pitching coach John Farrell. Threw it a little bit during spring training and during a rain delay earlier in the season. Kansas City worked on it. That was a fork ball that dropped out of the strike zone, and the count's 0-2 now on Casey Blake.
Not only does the fork ball drop out of the strike zone, but the head drops toward third base.
Blocked by Varitek.
Good play by Varitek. I don't think I've ever seen a pitcher with that much movement of his head away from the target. He's got to pick the target up prematurely. But look at the head right there. Talk about a guy who's trying to keep his head straight. You know, when he was pitching in Japan, they tried to straighten that head out. But it really affected his delivery. He said nothing doing. That's got to be so disconcerting to a hitter. And that, I believe, Joe, is one of the reasons that he's so effective against right-handed batters. See, when he delivers the ball, his head is toward third base. One of the more uncanny deliveries that I've ever seen.
And you better get it back up and around for anything that's hit back at you.
Yeah,
just
right.
for self-defense. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Casey Blake, who's 0 for 2 tonight. 2 for 5 in this series. Struck it out. Just after 11 o'clock in the East, the game summary brought to you by Nissan. Another bases loaded walk for Manny Ramirez. Big hit by Mike Lowell in a 3-run third inning. Then a 3-run home run hit by Johnny Peralta. Sizemore home run, a 2-run shot by Manny Ramirez tied it. The home run pictured there by Mike Lowell put Boston on top, but now the Indians have come back to tie it moments ago on an RBI ground out by Franklin Gutierrez. So for all the pitching that we talked about coming into this series, only Josh Beckett has made good on the advanced height. Ball 1 to Grady Sizemore, who homered his last time up in the 5th inning against Schilling. Red Sox spent $103 million to import Daisuke Matsuzaka from Japan. Spent $2.5 million on a 2-year deal to bring in Okajima from Japan, and Okajima has been every bit as valuable as Daisuke, if not more so this season. He's been reliable out of the bullpen, and when they've been careful and rested Jonathan Papelbon to keep his workload down this season, something that got out of control last year, Okajima has been one of the guys that's filled in closed games. 2-0 is the count on Grady Sizemore. It's Jonathan Papelbon. The bullpen for the Red Sox. Sizemore takes ball 3. On deck is Cabrera, the switch hitting second baseman.
They're going to put him on. How rare is this, where a left-handed pitcher walks a left-handed batter to get to a right-hander? I think it's a good move.
We'll present the rookie Cabrera with 2 on and 2 out.
Once again, the effectiveness of Okajima against right-handed batters, one of the key reasons that Perry Francona feels comfortable walking the left-hander to get to the switch-hitting Cabrera.
After surrendering a 410-foot home run to John Buck of the Royals at the beginning of this season, Hideki Okajima turned around and went 20 2/3 innings over 20 appearances and did not allow another run. 2 on, 2 out. Cabrera takes ball 1. A lot of big outs against the Yankees mixed in that stretch. And these fans here at Fenway fell in love with Okajima. Cabrera hitless tonight, 1 for 6 in this series, 2 RBIs. Strike. Cabrera drove in 22 runs down the stretch for the Indians. Hits a line drive. What a pick by Lugo, safe at second, and the bases are loaded. But Julio Lugo with that short hop pickup saved a run.
He wanted to go to third. If he goes to second immediately, he gets the runner. But watch him look at third. Mike Lowell, who broke to his left a step, wasn't at third base. Lugo quickly went back to Pedroia, but the throw pulled him off the bag. Had he gone to second base immediately, he gets the sliding Sizemore.
And now, after this play, shown from the hood blimp up above, here's how far Lowell was away from the third base bag. The bases are loaded for the DH, Travis Hafner, who could put the Indians back out in front. Line drive caught. Pedroia backed out into the outfield. Perfect defensive positioning, and the line drive ends the inning. The Indians have tied it 6-6 after 5.5. This is exactly what Dane Cook has been yelling about over the last 3 weeks. There is only one October, a dramatic game in the Liberty Mutual in-game box score for the Boston Red Sox. And the focus tonight has been the focus since October started, and that is the 3-4 combo of Ortiz and Ramirez, and Manny Ramirez with 3 RBIs, a bases loaded walk, a 2-run home run to tie it. It's tied again at 6, bottom of the 6th, and a strike makes it 0-2 on Coco Crisp.
Joe, between innings, I just ran into Joe Castiglione, who is in his 25th year as the radio broadcaster for the Red Sox, and he said, you know, this is like a Yankee game, and it is.
0-2 is the count. Crisp up and away, 1-2. There's Joe, voice of the Red Sox on the radio, and this game has had a little bit of everything, including both starters being knocked out in the 5th inning as Rafael Betancourt gets loose for Cleveland. Just inside. 2-2 on Crisp. Still 2-2. Two home runs hit by the Red Sox, and 2 home runs tonight hit by the Indians. Peralta, a 3-run shot. Grady Sizemore, a solo blast in the 5th. Ramirez, a 2-run home run, and Lowell followed it with a go-ahead home run. That is low. Full count. Good at bat by Coco Crisp. To get on in front of Lugo and Pedroia. Down the right field line, that's well hit. Into the corner, Gutierrez is there for out number 1. Went a long way to get it. Down in that corner, 1 away.
Yeah, the configuration of Fenway Park, you know, takes away a lot of home runs by left-handers pulling balls down the line because it jettisons back. That ball is a home run in a lot of ballparks. Not down the line, but certainly not into the position. And the Red Sox faithful thought it was out of here, but a big out.
1 away and strike 1 on Julio Lugo. Julio has struck out, walked. One ball, 1 strike. delivery, 1-2.
Good slider from Justin Lewis. Jensen Lewis, I beg your pardon.
One ball, 2 strikes. Off the hands and still a 1-2 count. On deck is Pedroia. Anybody gets on in the inning, Youkilis. Red Sox have won 7 of their last 8 postseason games here at Fenway, beginning with Game 4 of the 04 ALCS. Their come-from-behind effort against the New York Yankees, down 3-0. Lugo strikes out, 2 out in the 6th. Immediately following tonight's game, log on to foxsports.com or MLB.com for a live extended post-game webcast. Player interviews, press conferences, highlights, analysis, much more. Chris Myers, Harold Reynolds, Jim Leyritz, and Ken Rosenthal. And also join them for a live early pregame webcast, including live batting practice starting an hour and a half before every game throughout the ALCS and the World Series. Two out, nobody on. Here is Pedroia. Dustin is hitless with a walk and a run scored. This guy's got a great attitude. He's tough. Not a big guy. He's got a long swing for a little guy. But he's a lot like the Cardinals' David Eckstein. He gets the most out of what he has. Maybe a little edgier, a little more attitude from Pedroia, and his teammates love him. Hit .317 during the regular season. Look at that rip.
That's that long swing you were talking about.
8 home runs during the regular season for the guy who should be the Rookie of the Year.
Talked about it last night. A very poor April. Sensational since then.
He heard the whispers. They have Alex Cora on the bench here. He's another guy that this team really thinks highly of, and why not? He's always been a good player. Someday he'll end up being a manager in the big leagues. Very smart player. And a lot of the Red Sox are saying, who's this Dustin Pedroia guy? Put Cora out there. They stayed with Pedroia, and it paid off. Little flare into right. Gutierrez is there. This game is trying to settle down. We go into the 7th inning. Look at the State House here in Boston at Fenway. It's a tie game. Back after this from your local Fox station. With us all night, the Hood Blimp. Hood is America's dairy expert since 1846. Visit hood.com to learn more. All lit up above and down below. Same can be said for Fenway Park, where we move to the 7th inning of Game 2. Red Sox lead 1-0. Game 2 tied at 6. Victor Martinez turns around, bats right-handed for the first time tonight, and takes a ball. 28-year-old switch-hitting catcher. And one of 4 Venezuelan-born players on this Indians postseason roster. A career .301 average. And it counts 2-0. Hideki Okajima relieved in the 6th inning. Got 2 outs. Finds the strike zone here. It's 2-1. It was Okajima who got the line drive off the bat of Travis Hafner with the bases loaded 2 out. And Pedroia, the second baseman for the Red Sox, pushed back into shallow right. Good defensive positioning, and Hafner hit it right to him.
Also a good defensive play by Julio Lugo in that inning to save a run.
Trying to keep that throwing hand warm. Three balls and a strike. Victor Martinez now. Ryan Garko on deck. Peralta. Strike two. Tells you all you need to know about what the Red Sox think of Okajima. Nobody is up for the Red Sox in their pen.
In a tie game in the 7th inning.
Betancourt was throwing for the Indians and theirs. This is pointing toward a battle between the two closers, Borowski and Papelbon. Martinez fouls it away.
Joe, you talked about the 4 Venezuelans on the Cleveland Indians. They're very prominent Venezuelans. You mentioned Victor Martinez, also Rafael Betancourt, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Franklin Gutierrez. 3 starters tonight, and a guy that they depend on a great deal in the bullpen, Betancourt,
who I'm sure we'll see before the end of the night.
Right.
There are great Venezuelan players all over the big leagues, including Johan Santana. Omar Vizquel. 3-2 pitch. Martinez strikes out. Okajima comes back from a 3-1 count to strike out Victor Martinez.
He is so deceptive. You have a very patient Victor Martinez there swinging at ball 4, but it looked like a strike.
Here's Garko. Garko tonight with a hit, a run scored, 1 for 3. Kenny Rosenthal, you cannot overstate the importance of Hideki Okajima on this Boston Red Sox pitching staff.
No question, Joe. And given the scarcity of quality major league relief pitching and the success of Japanese relievers like Okajima and the Dodgers' Takashi Saito, I think we're going to see a run on Japanese relievers in the coming years. Teams are placing increased emphasis on Japanese scouting.
It's 0-2 and a blink on Ryan Garko.
Again, Okajima showing that you do not have to throw hard to be effective. He rarely, if ever, breaks 90 miles an hour. Right around 84 to 86. But again, that deception with the head.
Veritek set up out there. Okajima hit the glove, but it was outside. 1-2. Okajima put that exactly where he wanted to. Fastball off the plate. Now what does he follow it with? 2 strikes on Garko. And Ryan just got a piece. Ryan Garko, 26-year-old first baseman from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Last year had 185 at-bats. This year settled in, hit 289, 21 home runs. He plays first while Hafner's the DH.
Graduated from high school with a 4-point average. That's why I attended Stanford. Smart guy.
2-2. Peralta next. The Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th will have Youkilis, Ortiz, and Manny Ramirez. Darko off the end of the bat. Euclid. From an Oki chant for Okajima to a uke for Kevin Euclid at first. And now it's Peralta, who back in the 4th inning hit a 3-run home run to straightaway center field to, at the time, put the Indians up 4-3. Grady Sizemore homered in the 5th, made it 5-3, then 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. A 2-run home run for Manny Ramirez, followed by a home run by Lowell. Made it 6-5, and then an RBI ground out by Franklin Gutierrez at the top of the 6th inning, tied it at 6. Peralta has had a perfect night at the plate. A single, a homer, a walk, 2 runs scored, and 3 RBIs. Strike 2. Cleveland, this is their 8th best-of-7 series. They've been involved in the postseason. The Indians have never won Game 1. That includes last night. They've won 3 of the previous 7 series in that case. Trying to take Game 2. And even the series before we head to Cleveland. Okajima's done his thing. Who's coming up for the Sox? Euclid. David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez. Time to stretch at Fenway. Tied at 6. The ALCS on Fox, sponsored by Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? The new film Heartbreak Kid, now playing in theaters everywhere, rated R. And by Chevy, an American Revolution. Indians are stretching out Jensen Lewis. He relieved in the 5th. Here he is pitching in the 7th. With Betancourt getting loose behind him in the Indians bullpen. And action for the Red Sox out in their bullpen. Timlin for Boston. Betancourt for Cleveland. 0-1 to Euclid. Popped up on the infield, right side for the second baseman, Cabrera. One away in the 7th, and Jensen Lewis is picking up some big outs. We look ahead to tomorrow night, and that'll be Game 3 of the Diamondbacks playing at the Colorado Rockies. Tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. Josh Fogg and Levon Hernandez, and then a special start time. Don't forget 7 Eastern, not 8, but 7 Eastern on Monday night for Game 3 of this ALCS. Between the Red Sox and Indians, and a matchup of Westbrook against Daisuke Matsuzaka. 7 Eastern on Monday. 2 out. That defensive positioning worked for the Red Sox against Hafner. It works for the Indians against David Ortiz. And now Manny Ramirez will walk in. 2 out, nobody on. And it has been a party. And he has been a rock star in the 2007 playoffs. Two-run shot to tie the game back in the 5th inning. 23rd career postseason home run, and Eric Wedge is going to make a change. Jensen Lewis has given the Indians some big outs, but the Indians and Wedge are going to go to one of their best. Rafael Betancourt for his matchup with Ramirez when we come back. We give you by the numbers here in the 7th inning. Manny Ramirez, 23rd career postseason home run, baseball record. Ramirez and Lowell back-to-back in the 5th inning to put Boston on top for a short while. 5th time in Boston postseason history, and David Ortiz reached base in 10 straight plate appearances. That was snapped, and Ortiz made an out in the 5th inning against Rafael Perez. But now it's Rafael Betancourt after Jensen Lewis went 2 1/3 innings, all zeros except 1 strikeout. Big outs, and Manny Ramirez batting with 2 out, nobody on. He hides it well, and he can bring it with some heat.
We talked about it last night. He has 6 screws in his right elbow. Signed as a shortstop by the Red Sox in 1994. Played 3 years in the minor leagues as a shortstop. His arm was too good. Became a pitcher, released by the Red Sox.
Boy, he really hides the ball well. Along with a 94 miles per hour, it looks like these hitters don't get a chance to see the ball until right at the end of his delivery. 32 years old.
That's so important. That's so important too, Joe. It's not how hard you throw. I think that glove coming up is one of the reasons that hitters don't get as good a look at it.
Two quick strikes on Ramirez, but that has not seemed to matter.
No.
This postseason at all. Last time up, hit the 2-run home run with an 0-2 count. The numbers after an 0-2 count this postseason: 3 hits, 5 walks. 2 of the 3 hits have been home runs. This is the first time that Manny Ramirez has been up against the Indians in this ALCS without at least 1 runner on. Betancourt trying to figure out a way to get that last strike past Manny Ramirez. Ramirez, who has reached base in 13 of his last 15 plate appearances, takes ball 1. It's Timlin getting ready for the Red Sox out in their pen, and it is Papelbon with 8 days of rest waiting out there for when he is needed. A distinct advantage for Boston in the late innings in this series.
About it last night. He has perhaps the most incredible pitch identification system going for him of any hitter in recent memory. Not only the pitch to identify as to what kind of pitch it is, but the location. 90% of major league hitters would have swung at that last pitch, and the one before that, not Ramirez.
Victor Martinez now setting up very late for these pitches, so Ramirez doesn't get an idea where they're going with it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. First couple of pitches, Victor Martinez was setting up much earlier, but Betancourt is taking a while once he comes to a set position. And so Martinez waits until the last moment before setting up inside or outside on the last 3 or 4 deliveries to Ramirez. Full count, 2 out, nobody on. Tie game in the 7th. Bat 95 miles per hour from Betancourt. Game 2 will head into the 8th inning. Tied at 6.
Manny Ramirez striking out on that 3-2 pitch, and Joe mentioned that Martinez was setting up late, almost like there were a man on second. One reason for that is Ramirez from his periphery could be seeing the shadow of the target of Martinez setting up outside. Maybe. Nonetheless, setting up late, good job by Betancourt.
Betancourt comes in and strikes out Manny Ramirez. No small feat the way he's swinging the bat and seeing pitches. And now Timlin here in the 8th inning. Kenny Lofton first up. 7, 8, 9 hitters, and that caught the right foot of Kerwin Danley.
Umpires, like catchers, do have shin guards under their pants. And they do have hard-toed shoes also, because they don't have to squat quite like catchers, but nonetheless, that hurts. Right on the right foot. Ouch.
Any sign of trouble, the Red Sox have the luxury of having arrested Jonathan Papelbon. They also have Javier Lopez, but both Lopez and Papelbon are getting loose for the Red Sox in their bullpen, while Timlin works here in the 8th. 6-6 game. 1-0 pitch to Kenny Lofton. Strike 1.
It would be interesting to contemplate if the Red Sox had a lead, whether Papelbon would be in the game now. But I'm sure Red Sox fans throughout New England thinking, has he ever had a 6-out save? The answer is no. He's only had 1 5-out save. But preparing to come in this game, you just don't know when.
Strike 2. Papelbon was going to pitch tonight no matter what the score. Way up, way down, tight game. It's the tight game. 6-6, top of the 8th. Papelbon has not pitched since the 5th of October, game 2 of the division series, when he was the winner through 31 pitches. Got the victory over the Angels. That was won on Manny Ramirez launch. Just missed.
That was close.
Kerwin Danley flinched behind the plate. It's a 2-2 count. And now Lofton lines one into center field. Crisp. Ball away.
Nice play by a center fielder that Terry Francona says is the best he's ever seen. High praise.
No false steps in that jump.
Nope.
Gutierrez takes a strike. Some news from around Major League Baseball that will give you during this 8th inning as Gutierrez bats, looking for his first hit of this series. Casey Blake on deck. You know, the Indians are down there thinking, see if somebody can pop one off Timlin before we have to try and beat Jonathan Papelbon.
Absolutely.
Gutierrez reaching for it. Good play, Timlin. 2 out. With the bases empty, Casey Blake coming up. Let's check in with Ken Rosenthal.
Joe, the Reds were looking for a high-profile manager, and they've got one. Dusty Baker has agreed to a 3-year contract to manage the Reds. He replaces Pete Mackanin, who had been the team's interim, and returns to the NL Central, where in his previous job, he managed with the Cubs. This leaves the Pirates and Royals still looking for managers, and the Cardinals and Yankees still uncertain about the futures of Tony La Russa and Joe Torre, respectively.
All right, Ken, thank you. So there's the news that Dusty Baker is going to Cincinnati. Multiple Manager of the Year award winner. Some great years out in San Francisco. And then that terrific first year with the Chicago Cubs, when the Cubs were 5 outs away from going to their first World Series since 1945. 1-0 pitch. Casey Blake, a ball and a strike.
That was a year after the San Francisco Giants were 8 outs away from winning the World Series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
The year for the Cubs, 2003. The year for the Angels, 2002. Side, 2-1. Blake hits it hard to third off his left hip. Lowell makes the play. Bottom of the 8th. Lowell, who made that play, first up. Drew and Varitek will follow. 6-6 in game 2. The ALCS on Fox, sponsored by Miller High Life. Good, honest beer at a tasty price. By Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world. And by Sharp, Aquos, the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. Little Neil Diamond, Sweet Caroline, to get this crowd all revved up here at Fenway Park. Bottom of the 8th inning. Mike Lowell is homered tonight. 3 RBIs, tie game. Betancourt back to the hill. His hand, strike one. Betancourt came in last inning and just came right after Manny Ramirez with fastballs and struck him out on a 3-2 pitch. Strike.
You mentioned how Betancourt seems to hide his delivery. A lot of it has to do with the way he brings his glove up and that very deliberate high leg kick. A lot of hitters can't believe that something that explosive comes from a leg kick that quiet.
2. A sizzling fastball over the inside corner.
We talked about the 6 screws in his elbow. The reason for that, he pitched 3 years with pain in his right elbow. Why was it hurting him? It was broken. And that's why the 6 screws are in the elbow. It's a remarkable, remarkable story.
The 1-2. He's just rearing back and coming right after these hitters. A pop-up, foul ball, and Garko can't get to it. There might have been a chance for Garko if he got around the end of the tarp quicker. He got to that wall, but that lunge at the end, he didn't have enough time. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lowell. J.D. Drew next, and then Varitek. Two balls, 2 strikes. Still 2-2. While we have a second, we would, all of us, like to pass along our best wishes to our buddy and studio technical supervisor, Jack Simmons. He was watching the game from a hospital back in L.A. Get well soon, Jack. Jack and his wife, Wendy, proud parents of their daughter, Katie, who was married in New York a few weeks ago. So we're thinking about you, and you'll be back on your feet quick. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Lowell. Battling Betancourt, leading off the 8th. As we hit midnight in the East, realize that for the Red Sox, their postseason home game since 2004, the Yankees have a lot to do with this. Average length of game, 4 hours, 2 minutes. And we're headed for that neighborhood again. Another 2-2 and another foul ball.
Mike Lowell showing no signs he can get around on the fastball from Betancourt. And yet Casey Blake continues to guard the line at third base. You can cheat a little bit if you're a third baseman. The reason Casey is on the line is to prevent the double down the line. But because of the way Betancourt is throwing as the clock strikes past 12, he could play a little more off the line.
JT is still here.
Yes, he is.
So are the boys. His wife, Kim.
This whole world's not getting him down.
2-2 pitch. Lowell leading off. Strikes out looking. Went away from the fastball, and Betancourt drops in strike 3.
Yeah, it looked like a backup slider. Mike thought it was going to be outside, right down the pipe.
Later today, for those of you in the East, Fox NFL Sunday will return. Big game early, Washington and Green Bay. Two of the better teams in the NFC. The Panthers battle the Cardinals. Arizona trying to keep pace at the top of the NFC West or other regional action. You know, it starts with the Built For Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Here's Drew. A little fly ball into shallow center. Grady Sizemore is there, and J.D. Drew 1 for 4 on the night with Varitek coming up. In the 9th inning, it'll be the top of the order for the Indians. Sizemore, Cabrera, Hafner, and Papelbon is getting ready. He's about to head in. Varitek hitless tonight. 1 for 8 against the Indians. Strike 1. Fooled him with that pitch. It's 0-2. Temperature is going down, down, down as we go. It's gone from chilly to cold. To the second baseman as Drupal Cabrera makes the play. Betancourt has done his job, and the top of the order is coming up for the Cleveland Indians. Sizemore, Cabrera, Hafner. 9th inning, game 2, still tied at 6. Full of fire and a look that could kill when he looks in to get his sign and he stares down a big league hitter. And in some ways, there hasn't been anybody more dominant the last 2 seasons closing games than Jonathan Papelbon. #1 in opponents' batting average against, Number 1 in opponents on base percentage, slugging percentage, and ERA 1.35 during the regular season the last 2 years, and he has taken to this role. And there are the numbers. Since 2006, he leads the big leagues in those categories. We'll deal with the top of the lineup here in the 9th inning, a tie game. 6-6 in game 2.
It is so unusual. How can a man that animated, having that much fun, how can he peer in so calmly and so stoically when he lifts that head?
It's a frightening look.
It is.
Ball 1 from Papelbon. The Red Sox really limited Papelbon's work. They felt like they tired him out last year. 17 times in 06. He pitched him back-to-back days, less than 10 times this year. Francona will tell you he feels like Papelbon is stronger now than he was at the start of the year. Sizemore pulls it foul. Red Sox closer is in the game. Joe Borowski, the closer for the Indians, starts to get loose. Advantage Red Sox in that matchup. But Borowski led the AL with his 45 saves. Papelbon is in the category of overpowering. Ball 2. Sizemore is jammed, pops it toward Lowell. 1 out in the 9th. The rookie has Asdrubal Cabrera. .12 on the scoreboard clock, and nobody has left this one. With 1 out, nobody on. 97 for strike 1.
John Farrell, the pitching coach of the Red Sox, says that Papelbon was born to throw a baseball. No arguments here.
One ball, 1 strike. The mid-40s now with the temperature. 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike.
It's unusual for Papelbon to come into a game and fall behind the first 2 hitters. 2-1 to Sizemore, got him on the pop-up. Now 2-1 to Cabrera. There's one guy you can't fall behind.
Really, the pitches that have missed him have not been the blistering fastball.
No, right. It's like the splitter.
Figured to get it there. He got the fastball, could not put it in play. 2-2. Hit that ball off his shin.
Oh, my gosh. Talk about a ball eating a hitter up. Crowding Cabrera down and in. Look at that stride. Almost a flat-footed swing. One of the most unusual swings at a fastball that you'll ever see.
Great movement.
Oh, yeah.
Just an exploding pitch. 2-2 the count. As Asdrubal Cabrera doing as much as he can. Trying to fight his way on in front of the DH, Travis Hafner. Ball 3. Pedroia, 2 out.
Interesting battle right here.
Pronk, half prospect, half donkey. Will Selby nicknamed him that. He has taken to it, and Travis Hafner with his 2 postseason home runs. 1 for 4 tonight. Looks into those eyes with 2 out, nobody on.
Outside corner with the fastball. Jonathan Papelbon gave up 5 home runs this year.
Red Sox in the bottom of this 9th inning will have Crisp, Lugo, and Pedroia. Base hit up the middle. Travis Hafner keeps the top of the 9th inning alive. Second hit of the night for Hafner, and it gives Victor Martinez a chance. Victor's had a big night. 3 out of 4, an RBI double, plus 2 singles and a run scored. Eric Wedge has called Victor Martinez the most consistent hitter the Indians have had all year. And now Josh Barfield will come off the bench and run for Hafner, representing the go-ahead run. A visit from John Farrell, the pitching coach, out to Papelbon with the go-ahead run at first, 2 out. Martinez coming up. Tomorrow night, it's Game 3, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on TBS. Diamondbacks now in Denver to take on the Rockies with Colorado up 2-0. Josh Falk, Livan Hernandez, and then our special start time, 7 o'clock Eastern on Monday. Game 3 of this ALCS. Not 8 Eastern, but 7 Eastern on Monday. And now Victor Martinez will deal with Papelbon here in the 9th inning of a tie game. Barfield, the runner at first. There he goes. Didn't wait around too long, and he's into second with a stolen base. On a cold night, right off the bench, Josh Barfield took off first pitch. And now Terry Francona is going to walk Victor Martinez.
Red Sox fans have seen this before. 3 years ago, they saw Dave Roberts for their team steal a base, the biggest base stolen in this franchise history. And what makes this compelling is this is the first intentional walk given up by Jonathan Papelbon this year.
That's the respect for Victor Martinez, and it's going to land in the lap of Ryan Garko. Back in 04 with the Red Sox down 3-0. Terry Francona called on a pinch runner, Dave Roberts. Millard drew the walk. Roberts pinch ran, was safe at second by that much. And then it was Billy Miller with a base hit up the middle to tie the game. Keep the Red Sox alive, and you know the rest. They won that night, won the next 3, and then swept the Cardinals 4 games for their first World Championship in 86 years. Another 2-out RBI situation for the Indians. Garko takes ball 1. One for 4 tonight is Garko with a single and a run scored. Drove in 61 during the regular season, hit 21 home runs. A .289 hitter, 2 on, 2 out. Right side, toward the seats, and out of the reach of Youkilis, Drew, and Pedroia. In case you're wondering, Ryan Garko in his career against Jonathan Papelbon, 1 for 1. Odds are a base hit gives Cleveland a 9th inning lead. The go-ahead run represented by Josh Barfield out at second base. Pinch running for Hafner. Inside corner, strike 2.
Varitek sets up inside. Papelbon hits the mitt.
Papelbon up over 20 pitches for this 9th inning. Garko to third. Lowell, a nice pick. If Borowski comes in, Crisp, Lugo, and Pedroia, their history against Borowski. Right now it's Betancourt, the pitcher of record. Of all the power, of all the big hits, we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, tied 6-6. Despite all that power in the hits, this detail of the game brought to you by Sharp Aquos. Official HD TV of Major League Baseball. Bring the details home. It's David Ortiz busting it down the line as best he could to beat what could have been a double play ball. They brought Manny Ramirez up in the 5th inning with a man on and 1 out. Ramirez hit a 2-run home run to tie it. Lowell followed with a go-ahead solo shot into left. Made it 6-5. The Indians tied it on a ground out in the 6th. It's 6-6, and Betancourt back to work. No Borowski. He stays out in the bullpen. And obviously the difference is with the Indians on the road, if at some point the Indians take a lead, the save chance will be there, and they're not willing to take Betancourt out with the way he's pitched so far. He's faced 4 and retired 4.
With 2 strikeouts.
He's been overpowering, and Coco Crisp 1 for 3 on the night. Shosbunt takes a ball. This despite the fact that Crisp is in the 8th spot in the lineup. He's more a leadoff type hitter. He's leading off for the 3rd time in an inning in this game.
And we talked earlier about how Kenny Lofton can bunt. Coco Crisp out of that same kennel. Excellent bunter.
1-1 pitch. Way in at third is Casey Blake. Because of it, strike 2, and now Blake will back up as the count goes to 1-2.
Blake off the line, and Garko on the line at first.
Betancourt's 1-2 pitch, 2-2. Red Sox lead this series 1-0. Back and forth struggle here tonight between these two clubs. Each team has blown a 2-run lead. One away as Betancourt blows it by the bat of Coco Crisp. 3rd strikeout. And the 5 outs that Rafael Betancourt has picked up.
Rafael has had a very, very impressive fastball through 5 Red Sox hitters.
Now it's Julio Lugo, the number 9 man. 8 home runs during the regular season. No RBIs so far in the postseason. stays up and in. This game gets to the 10th. Eric Wedge will send Peralta, Lofton, and Gutierrez to the plate. And if it does go to the 10th, Papelbon will be back on the mound for Boston. It up. Peralta, the shortstop, 2 away. That means that Dustin Pedroia will bat with 2 out, nobody on. Dustin hitless on the night, 1 for 7 in this LCS. Not a big guy, did hit 8 home runs during the regular season. And his average of .317 was 10th best in the American League. Ripped into left for a 2-out hit.
Thing about Dustin Pedroia. Pardon me. Thing about Pedroia, he is a high ball hitter, but a high ball hitter at the waist, not around the letters.
Now Jacoby Ellsbury is going to come in and pinch run in the 9th inning with his spot at first, 2 out. Representing the potential winning run with Kevin Youkilis at the plate.
We talked about Dave Roberts last inning when Josh Barfield stole second base. Similar situation right here. I don't think he's going to wait too long.
This is the reason Jacoby Ellsbury is on the postseason roster, and he is a star in waiting for the Red Sox. Makes a break, stays put. Ellsbury has stolen as many as 33 in the minor leagues, did steal 9 bases, was not caught with Boston the second half of the season when he hit .353 and 116 at bats. A career .314 hitter in the minor leagues. He can play. There he goes. No throw. Winning run at second, 2 out.
Boy, how odd was that? No play on Ellsbury at second base by Victor Martinez. He didn't even get out of his crouch.
But unlike when Barfield stole second and left first base open, and the Red Sox put Victor Martinez on, waiting on deck is David Ortiz, who's been one of the best clutch hitters in baseball since he came to the Red Sox. So Betancourt and the Indians will come right after Youkilis, who could win it with a hit. Counts 2-0. 2-1. '83 RBIs for Youkilis, hit .288. Slowed down in the second half of the season with his average. Run production about the same as the first half. A swing for Youkilis, according to the first base umpire Brian Gorman. It's 2-2.
That was close, but Youkilis went too far.
Betancourt trying to give the Indians 2 1/3 scoreless innings. Still 2-2. His fans have been at it since about 4 hours plus ago, at 4:10. It's been a long night, tie game. Bottom of the ninth, 6-6. And a 2-2 count on Youkilis, who could win it with a hit. Two-out single by Pedroia kept this ninth inning going. Stolen base by Ellsbury, the pinch runner.
Red Sox have done such a wonderful job of fouling off pitches with 2 strikes last night, tonight.
From Youkilis, still 2-2. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming from Betancourt. Youkilis is not going down easy. He would like to be the hero here in game 2. Just trying to keep Ellsbury as close as he can to second base, but neither the shortstop or the second baseman are anywhere near the bag. So Ellsbury, with that great speed, will be able to get a big lead on another 2-2 pitch to Youkilis. Out of the reach of Victor Martinez.
That was close. Martinez near the stands. just ran out of room.
That section that is added for the photographers down there during the postseason is what kept Victor Martinez from being able to catch that foul ball and send this game into extra innings. So another 2-2 pitch. Youkilis hangs right over the plate and dares any pitcher trying to knock him off it. Be at least an 11 pitch at bat.
Crowd went from you to boo.
Winning run at second, 2 out. The 11th pitch of this at bat between Betancourt and Youkilis coming now. Youkilis into left center field, slicing to Sizemore. And 4 hours, 21 minutes after we started Game 2, we're going to extra innings. Youkilis could not have hit it any harder. Betancourt, a terrific job tonight for the Indians. Frustration for the Red Sox first baseman. It's the 10th. It's Game 2, and it's 6-6. Off to the 10th inning we go in game number 2, tied 6-6. Indians have hit the Red Sox 12-8. Our game summary: Manny Ramirez hit a 2-run home run back in a 3-run 5th inning, 23rd in his career during the postseason, most all time. Of course, many more opportunities these days in the postseason with the extra rounds of playoffs. And he was followed by Lowell back-to-back in the 5th. Lowell gave the Red Sox a lead for a moment until Franklin Gutierrez tied it with an RBI ground out in the 6th. And now here we are in the 10th inning. Papelbon back to the hill. Peralta first up. Kenny Lofton will follow, and then Franklin Gutierrez. If anybody gets on, Casey Blake. Alex Cora takes over at second. Pedroia was lifted for the pinch runner Ellsbury, and now Cora's in that spot. Peralta's had a nice night. Ball 1. Johnny has singled, hit a 3-run home run, walked, scored, and then he struck out. By the way, when the Red Sox stranded Ellsbury in the bottom of the 9th, it was their first runner stranded since the 4th inning. That drills the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. made Papelbon work in the 9th inning. Put 2 on with 2 out. Mastny's getting loose. Borowski's been up at least once. With Mastny now, as Betancourt has gone 2 1/3, and his night is finished. 2-2.
Everybody fouls off a lot of pitches like Youkilis did against Betancourt. I think everybody will say, what a great at bat, without ever thinking that the pitcher had a pretty good performance also. So a great job by Betancourt, and now Papelbon trying to equal him.
1 away in the 10th inning.
Johnny Peralta going after a fastball out of the strike zone. No way to put a ball like that in play. If you make contact, you'll foul it off.
That in 6 batters is the first strikeout for Papelbon, as Kenny Lofton, who has been terrific this postseason for the Indians, steps in. Kenny 1 for 4 tonight. If he gets on, he can make something happen with his legs and his speed. Ball 1. Still at the age of 40. 11 different major league organizations. 6 different teams in the postseason. He brings success and a great resume with him wherever he goes. 1-0 pitch. Well hit into the air to center field, but over to his left is Chris. 2 out. Big weekend, sports weekend for Boston. And there's also part of this that affects folks back in Ohio. ALCS games 1 and 2 here at Fenway Park. Red Sox won game 1 last night. An extra inning game tonight. Boston College defeated Notre Dame 27-14 in South Bend. Both LSU and Cal lost. Ohio State won 48-3. They may jump up to number 1, and BC could be number 2. The new rankings come out, and then tomorrow, later today, however you want to look at it, 2 undefeated teams meet in Dallas. New England Patriots and the Dallas Cowboys. Strike 1 on Gutierrez with 2 out, nobody on. Papelbon is 1 strike away from setting up Ortiz, Ramirez, and Lowell in the bottom of the 10th. Gutierrez with 13 home runs during the regular season, fouls it out of play.
And yet Franklin not only 0 for 8. Of those 8 at bats, he has hit none out of the infield. 1 swing of the bat against Papelbon, however, could erase those 8 at bats.
Meanwhile, Papelbon is 1 out away from his longest outing of the year. He's tied his longest outing right now with an inning and 2/3. didn't get the call. 2-2.
That was after Betancourt left the game with his longest outing of the year. 2 1/3 innings.
Down the right field line, it is in play and caught by Youkilis. With Alex Cora tripping him at the end of the play. Who's coming up against Tom Masney? 2 scoreless from Jonathan Papelbon. The big bats, Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, and then Mike Lowell. Tie game, bottom of the 10th. Back to Boston after a break from your local Fox station. David Ortiz first up in the bottom of the 10th inning. 16 game-ending hits since 2003. 10 home runs, including the postseason. So not only consistent production, his best ever year batting average-wise, but a flair for the dramatic. And he's first up against Tom Masney, who was born in Borneo, Indonesia, lives in San Antonio, Texas. His 3rd year in the Cleveland organization. Traded to Cleveland from Toronto. 7-2 during the regular season. Misses with ball 1. Borowski is left in the bullpen. Tie game on the road. Jeffrey Lurie, owner of the Philadelphia Eagles. His Eagles play the Jets tomorrow on Fox. Lurie from New England. Wife a big Red Sox fan, and as I said earlier, this may be a 4.5-hour game, 5-hour game by the end of it, but this place is still jam-packed. 2-0 the count on David Ortiz. Poured in for strike 1.
David Ortiz, the only game-winning home run, walk-off home run hit by the Red Sox during the regular season this year.
Three and 1 as Masney tries to get the 3 biggest outs of his career against 3 of the toughest hitters that any lineup has to offer. Hit. That's the shortstop. Ball comes up on Peralta. He recovers to get the out. What a good play. A terrible hop, but almost hit him in the throat. And he was able to recover and throw to first for the out.
I think the ball hit the lip. That was a good call, too, Joe. This ball really comes up. I think it hit the lip of the grass. One of the problems, it did hit him in the throat. Johnny appears to be all right. David Ortiz not running hard at first. You credited Ortiz properly for running hard on that fielder's choice his last time up. Had he run hard out of the box then, he beats the play.
So with 1 out and nobody on, here is Manny Ramirez. Remember, everything slid forward out of this Indians bullpen and for the Red Sox out of their bullpen because neither starter, Fausto Carmona and Curt Schilling, could finish the 5th inning. Carmona 4+, then it was Rafael Perez, Jensen Lewis, and Betancourt. Between those two, 4 2/3 innings. No runs on 1 hit. Rafael Perez not as good. 2-0 on Ramirez. For Perez, 1/3 of an inning, 3 runs on 3 hits, and it was against Perez that these two, Ramirez and Lowell, went deep in a 3-run 5th. Shallow right. Gutierrez has to come in for out number 2. And if Masney can get Mike Lowell, he would have done a couple of things. Obviously, get the game into the 11th. Secondly, the pitching of Betancourt and Masney to this point may have brought the Indians past Jonathan Papelbon. Papelbon has gone his 2 innings, longest outing of the season. And Eric Gagne, who has really struggled, is getting loose for the Red Sox in their bullpen. Strike 1 on Mike Lowell.
Struggled since coming over from Texas and struggled in last night's game.
But Lowell has got his at bat left right here with 2 out, nobody on. Over but low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Gagne takes a seat now. Roll into right. Gutierrez is there, and we will see that with the 8 days off, if it's Papelbon going back out for another inning, his 3rd, or if it's Gagne. It's going to be Gagne. Papelbon out of the game. Eric Gagne is in. We go to the 11th in Boston, tied at 6. Fenway Park, inning number 11, and Eric Gagne, who the Red Sox picked up from the Texas Rangers at the trading deadline for 3 players, and who was disappointing after putting on the Red Sox uniform, takes over. Last night he worked an inning. He loaded the bases, allowing 2 hits and a walk, but struck out the side. And game 2 right now is riding on the right arm for the Red Sox of Eric Gagne. 2 scoreless from Papelbon. Good pitch. Check swing. Blake could not hold up. It's 0-2. Casey Blake up now. Brady Sizemore, then Asdrubal Cabrera.
And Eric Gagne has been right in his career. He has been very right. And when he's been bad, he's been very bad. Curveball, changeup, fastball.
He's dealt with injury. Used to throw in the upper 90s, and as we mentioned last night, while with the Dodgers, at one point saved 84 straight games, a Major League Baseball record. Then he worked his way back, got off to a great start this year with Texas. Everybody lined up to try and get him. The Red Sox had enough to get him. And he shows good sip there as he blows it by the bat of Casey Blake. 1 out.
So changeup, beg your pardon, curveball, changeup, and the fastball gets Blake.
Only 2 left in the bullpen for Boston. Javier Lopez and John Lester. Lester's in the category of a long reliever if this game would get there. He's a starter. And an insurance policy for Tim Wakefield. The scheduled Game 4 starter as Sizemore rips a base hit through the right side. Go-ahead run is on with 1 out here in the 11th inning. Last night, Sizemore struck out against Gagne with the bases loaded to end the night. And now as Asdrubal Cabrera steps up, it's Cabrera up now, Trot Nixon on deck. The DH spot is next and has been occupied by Hafner and Barfield, who pinch ran back in the 9th inning, and it'll be Nixon, who's still loved here in New England.
And you have to think about the stolen base here from Sizemore. The one thing you can't do if you're Jason Varitek is change your style of calling the game against Cabrera. For instance, you can't only rely on fastballs. Fastball getting the catcher quicker, of course, gives you a better chance to throw out the runner. Also a better chance for the hitter to hit it.
That one drops in for strike 1.
So the savvy Varitek calling for the curveball, the strike to Cabrera.
First couple of weeks in a Red Sox uniform, Gagne blew 3 leads.
I think that's a throw to first.
And Sizemore, who does not have a big lead, able to get back.
I'm surprised that he doesn't have a big lead.
Most closers are easy to run against.
Because not that many guys are on when they come in the game. Either from them or anybody else. If you're a quality closer, you don't see a lot of base runners.
And you're not exactly working on the slide step in spring training.
No.
2 balls and a strike on Asdrubal Cabrera.
But a good time to run right now. Whether Eric Wedge elects to hit and run with Cabrera or a straight steal.
Up and away for ball 3. 3-1 with Trot Nixon on deck. One on, one out, ball 4, 2 on, 1 out. A strikeout of Casey Blake, a hit by Sizemore, a walk to Cabrera, and here is Trot Nixon. Javier Lopez has been throwing. He just got back up and started to loosen again with the switch hitting Victor Martinez on deck. And now John Lester joins Lopez. And Terry Francona wanted to make sure that Nixon had been announced as the pinch hitter. He has. And that means that Gagne is coming out. Eric Gagne in 1/3 of an inning got a strikeout, issued a walk, allowed a hit. Javier Lopez was busy this season for the Red Sox, 61 games. 1 hit allowed so far and an inning plus for Lopez in the postseason. And it's Javier Lopez against the former Boston Red Sox outfielder Trot Nixon.
Former Boston outfielder who has a .214 lifetime average against left-handed pitching.
However, the flip side of it is, and we mentioned this last night when Lopez came in, hard to believe, but Javier Lopez, left-handed hitters hit 289 against him this season, and right-handed hitters only 183. Even though he drops down and slings it sidearm, which you would think would give left-handed hitters trouble. Nixon trying to dump one into center field. He has done that. Around third, coming to the plate is the go-ahead run. Safe, Grady Sizemore. And on a hit by Trot Nixon, the Cleveland Indians take a 7-6 11th inning lead.
A man cheered in May when he returned to Fenway. And the man cheered when he was announced last night before the game. With that hit, that could have stopped the cheering. Great slide by Sizemore. You can see Varitek trying to block home plate. Sizemore, a high school football player and a good one, scores the go-ahead run here in the 11th inning.
He did not get a great break off second, but with that terrific speed, he more than made up for it. And it's first and third, still only one out. And the cleanup hitter, Victor Martinez, steps in. And with that, Joe Borowski, the closer for the Indians, starts to get loose. That run is charged to Gagne. The runner at third, Cabrera, is on the record of Gagne as well. And a strike is into Victor Martinez. There's Borowski, who led the AL with 45 saves during the regular season. Victor Martinez has been on base 4 times tonight. Ball 1. Terry Francona had Papelbon out there for 2 innings. After Papelbon's second inning of work, the Red Sox had the heart of their lineup, Ortiz, Ramirez, and Lowell, against Tom Mastny of the Indians, and Mastny went through him 1, 2, 3. Papelbon out of the game. Gagne in. And this one is behind Martinez. In to score easily is Cabrera to make it a 2-run lead. 8-6 Cleveland here in the 11th inning.
This fastball is more than inside. Watch Martinez right behind the legs. Varitek understandably can't come up with it. And the Indians take a 2-run lead in the 11th inning.
So it's 8-6 with a chance for more, and now we're going to have a pinch runner as Jason Michaels is going to come off the bench and run for Trot Nixon.
Now the cheering's in the Indians' dugout.
Nixon with the go-ahead RBI, a base hit into center field off the lefty Javier Lopez.
Somebody throw me!
So Trot Nixon didn't get the start, but Eric Wedge found the right time for him and stayed with him against the left-hander Lopez. Now an intentional pass to Victor Martinez, second straight to Martinez. It'll be 2 on with 1 out. And again, Ryan Garko coming to the plate. Both runs charged to Eric Gagne, who would be on the hook for the loss. A third of an inning, 2 runs, 1 hit, a walk, and a strikeout. And when Borowski comes in, he will be dealing with the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. J.D. Drew, Jason Varitek, and Coco Crisp. How big will the lead be for the Indians? Borderline pitch. Lopez gets the call. Strike 1. cannot underline enough the job that Tom Mastny did in the bottom of the 10th against Ortiz, Ramirez, and Lowell. And Mastny is in line for the victory if Borowski can close it down in the bottom of the inning. Strike 2 on Garko. Rod Nixon came up with a lot of big hits for the Red Sox in this park. He just had the biggest swing so far this season for the Cleveland Indians in this park, and that one's up the middle off the bat of Garko. Digging around third is Michaels. He scores without a play, and it's a 3-run, 9-6, 11th inning lead.
Michael scores as a pinch runner, and that's going to be all, it appears, for Javier Lopez. Terry Francona will probably bring in John Lester from the Red Sox bullpen.
He is all that Francona has left out there. Lopez didn't retire anybody. Gave up 2 hits, an intentional pass. Lester takes over with the Indians up 3 in the 11th. Five-hour game to this point. 13 pitchers used. The Red Sox have emptied their bullpen. 393 total pitches thrown. 15 runs scored. And for the Indians, they have 9 of those 15. Here's John Lester. A great story. Made 11 starts. Has not pitched in a game since the regular season finale. Typically a starter, so we'll see how his control is watching him warm up. He was having a tough time throwing a strike, and he was high with just about everything. 2 on with 1 out, and Johnny Peralta at the plate. One and 1. Said that Lester is a great story. Late in August last year, he was diagnosed with anaplastic large cell lymphoma after getting off to a 7-2 start. ERA 4.76. He has fought his way back. He is one of the bright stars in the Red Sox organization. Line drive is fair down the left field line. They'll get all the way down into the corner. Scoring easily is Martinez. Holding at third is Garko. It's an RBI double for Johnny Peralta. His big night continues, and it's 10-6 here in the 11th.
Peralta now with 4 RBIs, a 3-run homer, and an RBI double. It was interesting to see Joel Skinner, the third base coach, having to come into the line of play. He was almost in fair territory, so he could look down the left field line to see where the ball was. Martinez scores easily. Garko's not a fast runner, so he was held at third. But Skinner almost was in fair territory to peek down that left field line to know whether to send Garko or not.
Lester misses low with ball 1. Kenny Lofton at the plate now as the Indians are breaking it open here in the 11th. They survived the Papelbon innings. They got a great effort from Tom Mastny, and they are taking advantage of the rest of the bullpen for Boston. This was a good bullpen all year for the Red Sox, anchored by Papelbon with Timlin and Del Carmen and Okajima. A 3.1 ERA, which led the American League, and the best Boston bullpen ERA since their great staff out there back in 1967. A pennant-winning year. Second and third, 1 out. 2-0 to Lofton, and Kenny's guys went into center field. There's Crisp. Catch is made, and Garko does not come to the plate. 2 out.
Garko is not a fast runner. I think you've still got to test Coco Crisp's arm in center field. But Crisp, to his credit, got rid of the ball so quickly that's what stopped Garko.
6 straight had reached for the Indians. And now the 9th man to bat in the 11th, Franklin Gutierrez, steps in. The Indians trying to win this battle of the bullpens as Borowski continues to get loose. For the bottom of the frame is Gutierrez. Hits one into left field, way out of here. A 3-run shot, and this game is blown wide open. Franklin Gutierrez picks right now to get his first hit of the ALCS, and it's a towering 3-run home run.
Come 11 for the Indians.
And a 13-6 lead, and Eric Wedge has pulled all the right strings tonight. He started Gutierrez thinking about defense. He had Trot Nixon on his bench. He sent Nixon up here in the 11th inning. He got the go-ahead in what should end up being the game-winning RBI on the hit against Javier Lopez. And now Gutierrez chips in with a 3-run home run, and all of the pressure is off Joe Borowski for the bottom of the 11th. That strikeout ends the top of the 11th. 10 batters in the inning for Cleveland at 1:15 a.m. Game number 2. It's Trot Nixon, who has been cheered here in Boston. They'll be cheering for him in Cleveland when we go there on Monday night. Look at the inning by inning. 7 runs in the top of the 11th inning. The most in one single extra inning in postseason history, put up by the Indians, capped on the 3-run home run with 2 out by Franklin Gutierrez. And it's been a good night for that Indians dugout, and the guy that sits in the corner of it, Eric Wedge, as he gets to hand the ball to Joe Borowski as closer. No save situation, but Indians are just trying to find 3 outs. So they can head back to Jacobs Field, tied at a game apiece with the Boston Red Sox. J.D. Drew 0-2 the count. Drew 1 hit tonight, a single, 1 for 4.
How about the Indians bullpen also? 5 innings, 1 base runner. That was a single by Dustin Pedroia in the 9th inning. Ellsbury pinch ran, stole second. That has been it.
That's up the middle, a leadoff base hit. But the one guy you're forgetting is Rafael Perez, who came on in relief in the 5th inning and uncharacteristically in a 1/3 of an inning allowed 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 home runs. And since then, the bullpen of Jensen Lewis, Rafael Betancourt, Tom Masney has been lights out.
Post Perez.
Producer of tonight and this morning's game is Pete Macheska, the director Bill Webb. As we play here in the bottom of the 11th, and you know the Boston Red Sox and the way they fight, they won't go down quietly here in the bottom of the 11th, down by 7. Borowski gets strike 1 on Varitek. Jason 0 for 4 tonight. 1. We look ahead to Monday night, that special starting time of 7 Eastern, not 8. And a matchup of Jake Westbrook for Cleveland against Daisuke Matsuzaka for the Red Sox. 1 on, 1 out as Varitek strikes out. And there's the rest of the schedule. Don't forget that Wednesday is an off day between games 4 and 5. Just something we haven't had, a scheduled off day while these two clubs are in Cleveland. And while both managers said they were not thinking and leaning toward bringing back the game 1 starters on short rest, both at least left open the possibility and said, well, I'm not going to close the door on it completely, but that's not what they're thinking at this point with Beckett and Sabathia. 1 ball, 1 strike on Coco Crisp. And if you heard us earlier, Terry Francona told us that the reason that Beckett came out last night after 80 pitches, 6 innings, was because he tightened up. Crisp with a base hit into right. Two on, 1 out. Lugo coming up.
And with both bullpens overused tonight, if both bullpens were to be overused again on Monday night, you wonder if that would change both managers' decisions and have Terry Francona bring back Beckett, perhaps, and have Eric Wedge bring back Sabathia.
Because of that off day, and this is the only silver lining in that, because of the off day between games 4 and 5, if you were to do that, and this series did go 7 games, then both of those starters would have regular rest to come back for a 7th game. 2 on, 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike on Julio Lugo. Double play ball ends a long game. A base hit makes it certainly more interesting as the lineup for the Red Sox gets turned over. Ground ball to short, out at second, out at first, and the Indians in 11 innings take game 2, 13-6, and this series is tied at a game apiece.
What a game and what a job by the manager of the Cleveland Indians, Eric Wedge.
So the final is 13-6 in 11. And the series will go to Cleveland, travel day tomorrow, and then game 3 on Monday night at 7. Our Chevrolet player of the game, Trot Nixon. We flash back here at Fenway Park, 2003, game 3 off Rich Harden, the game winner. And now tonight, in his first year with the Cleveland Indians, the go-ahead RBI base hit off Javier Lopez, which started the 7-run rally as far as the scoring goes in the 11th. And Eric Wedge managed a terrific ball game here tonight, and the series is tied at a game apiece in recognition of his outstanding play. Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to Major League Baseball charities in the name of Trot Nixon Chevy and American Revolution. Let's go down to that player of the game, Trot Nixon with Chris Myers.
Well, it felt like a Boston marathon, but Cleveland rocked tonight. Talk about your hit and the big inning that dramatically changes this series.
Well, I knew they had a couple lefties left out in the bullpen, and I was just excited to get an opportunity tonight. And, you know, going up there against Lopez, he's kind of difficult facing for left-handers. You know, comes down, he's a submariner, and so I just tried to, you know, just shorten up everything, try not to do too much. Obviously, your emotions will take the best of you out there. But, you know, I was just glad man upstairs just calmed me down just enough to put enough bat on the ball and sneak it in there. Well, I didn't hit it hard, but it doesn't really matter as long as it gets the job done.
Yeah, after 38 postseason games as a member of the Red Sox, you come up big here. So how does it change the series heading back down to Cleveland?
Well, it was big. You know, we didn't play very well the first night. You know, I think it was just the whole atmosphere as far as playing in the American League Championship Series. But those guys got another their belts. Came back today and showed some resiliency out there today. You know, it was a big game facing Kurt up there. We know we had our ace out there. They, you know, I don't think they felt like they probably had their best stuff tonight. You know, just fell behind hitters, and that was the biggest thing. Just didn't throw strikes, and but we hung in there. You know, they came back, and the crowd was definitely into it. They took the lead, but we just kept battling, persevering, and were able to start something up in the 11th inning. I don't, you know, it's kind of ridiculous playing at 1:30 in the morning, but you know, we you know, you don't get these opportunities that much, and I'm just thankful that we're able to come through and even the series up going back home.
All right, we'll see you Monday night, 7 Eastern. Thanks, Trot. All right, thanks for staying up late with us too, Joe.
All right, and thanks. He had no choice, and he is one of many heroes tonight for the Indians. 5-hour, 14-minute game, and the Indians in the end loved every second of it as they win 13-6 in 11. We'll take a break and come back to Fenway after this. 6 in 11 innings, a 5-hour, 14-minute game, and the Indians have evened this series. Best of 7 at a game apiece. Mastny is the winner. We look ahead to Monday night and a matchup of Daisuke Matsuzaka and Jake Westbrook will be on the air with Game 3 at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, in HD right here on Fox. Don't forget, later on today in the East, tomorrow in other time zones, I guess only, gosh, we're running out of time zones. It's 1:43 in the morning. The NFL on Fox. It starts with Fox NFL Sunday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Promotional consideration paid for by the following. How about that silence? Deafening, wasn't it? An 11-inning night, 13-6, Cleveland. The series even at a game apiece. For Pete Macheska, our producer, Bill Webb, our director. For Chris Myers, Ken Rosenthal, Tim McCarver, I'm Joe Buck. It's been a long night. Glad you stayed with us. You're still out there. We'll check in with you on Monday night, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Game 3 in Cleveland. We got a series here in the ALCS. Indians win it tonight, 13-6.